Kwe greetings. Kwe, as we know, is Algonquin for hello and welcome to another video. Um, the ancestors have a way of lighting a match under you, and you know that it's time to do another video. So I would like to share my screen and try to, geez, let me see, I forgot how to do this. Um, yeah, we're going to jump right in and we're going to look at what the ancestors gave me today. Okay. Well, actually, this happened a few days ago. Um, Me and my compadres, we've been trying to etch out what would really just be the voice of the American Indian. Um, so, in other words, it would be our version of undrip or a drip. You see, because the other two, those drips, those two other drips are not by American Indians. And as we learned, if you didn't create it, you don't control it, you don't have authority over it. Someone else is doing that for you. This is uh, a what do you call it? It is a standard that Indians really need to get familiar with. I think we we've seen it again in a previous video. We saw what the creating of the term black or the creating of the term colored or the creating of the term Negro, we saw what that did to us. And yet we still have a hard time understanding that you have to create it. This is for the most creative people on earth to not understand basic creation, uh, the tenets of creation is kind of baffling. I guess we do it, but we still don't quite understand the power in creating. How it sets you as the master of your destiny. We're so used to having people create misnomers and other disenfranchising words and documents for us that I think our people just forgot. And it's really time to remember. It's really time to remember. So basically, it's not a time to speak, to not speak. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a time to speak. Whatever we have to say as American Indians and let it be heard. Uh, so yeah, this is basically the explanation or the reason, part of the reason for the long break we had, you know, between videos. So yeah, I mean, the piece that we've been working on is pretty much done. There's some other things that uh, maybe I would like to perhaps tweak or add, but I think my coming to the video now is I can speak on it because it's done. You know, it's done, and it's just a matter of little further edits. Uh, but through this journey, you know, you work together with people, and you know, uh we have to it's a give and take. It's getting on the same page, you know, and so at times uh your team uh might get discouraged, or you might get discouraged, you know, or you know. And the picture that you're looking at was a message to it occurred to me as a message from the ancestors to not be too discouraged, to in fact be very encouraged, is what I should say. The billboard that you're looking at is now featured in any or many train stations all around New York City. I happened to run into it at a time when I may have been a little discouraged. And this was, I just have to say what it was, and you know, speak truth to power. This is what gave me that dose of energy that I needed, you know, and I'm just being very, very honest. And I shared it with, uh, you know, my colleague. um, and I think we were both uh, encouraged. So there you have it. This picture, this piece, this art work is they're calling it Turtle Island Connections. It might be a series because I'm just realizing it just seems to speak of some kind of series, Turtle Island Connections. I'm reading this aloud for the first time, I think. Uh, I want you to soak in this image. This is being displayed in any number of train stations in Manhattan. This is Algonquin land. You know, I always will tell you that. So as inspired as I was seeing this, I couldn't deny the red flags in it. But I'm going to try to at least share what I come up with. Of course, you looking at it, you're a new set of eyes. You'll see what you see, and I'll see what I see. And maybe if you're of the mind to share your thoughts in the comments, maybe you'll do so, because maybe, who knows, I might have missed something. I think I got a lot of the main ones, but there is a hijack. There's several hijacks in this lovely uh, piece of art. Now, no doubt, the first thing you should notice, any person of color should notice, let's see if we can make this bigger, are the two men and the the skin tone of the two men at the top of this painting or this portrait. I don't even know what to call it. I guess it's a painting. And I think that's as big as we gonna get. Okay, what's going on? Okay, Zoom is I'm not sure what's going on here. Okay. So I think we're still recording, but we're having some kind of uh issue. And we're gonna see if we can get, fix this issue. Can we? Okay. There is definitely, oh boy. So I we're gonna stop share for a minute. Uh let's pause. We're recording as far as I can tell, but you know, sometimes stuff happens. Let's take a pause for a minute. Okay. I'm not sure what the issue was. Let's see if we can get back to business. You know, the forces around this awakening, they're there, okay? But I decided I'm going to keep going. That was a very weird occurrence, but we're going to keep on going, right? This is American Indian time. We're unstoppable, okay? This is our time, okay? This is our time. And just as I go to break this down, we have, I don't know, we're not even going to give it life right now. So let's continue where we left off. You'll see two men of color at the top of this painting. I'm going to give you my breakdown because this is what's on my spirit, what I'm seeing as an American Indian, and it's what I'm going to talk about. And you may choose to agree or you may disagree. I'm going to say what I'm seeing, and so let's get to it. There's two men at the top of this painting. One is an American Indian, the other is a Moor. So that's what was given to me. Like it, love it, hate it. We're going to proceed. One is the real deal. The other one is that parasite that insists on stealing the American Indian's birthright. You may have guessed which one is the real Indian. The Indian has feathers on. Okay. The Indian, it took me a little while to realize the Indian is older. Now I tried to blow it up and then start acting crazy, but we'll blow it up a little later because we still want to look at both of them. One is wearing a crown, one is wearing a bandana. Mm-hmm. Um, but they're both being basically there's an attempt to make them one and the same, like the agenda has always been. That's why the American Indian's voice is not heard while the Moor is shouting all up and down town, right? All around town. They're the mouthpiece, the spokesperson, Iroquois Confederacy, yo. That's the spokesperson for all Indians, right? And look what happened to all Indians. They got misclassified, right? Yet the Moors say that we're all the same and we're all one, and blah blah blah. Well, what happened to the American Indians? Why do we get reclassified? If we're all one and everybody knows that we're the Moors, why are American Indians uh, where they are today? And Mr. Moore, what have you done to stop it? You have done nothing. All you've done is spread your doctrine. That's all you've done. Again, the big spokesperson. I don't know who died and made you the spokesperson for American Indians when you're a whole Moroccan. Okay? Yeah, as soon as the stardust fell out of my eyes, this is the attitude I had about this painting. Yet the caveat is that wait a minute, somebody's getting enlightened on who the American Indian really is, even though that entity is still trying to take the American Indian's birthright. There should be one man on this poster, maybe his family, but these two men, I want to say this is trying to represent brothers. Now, a lot of Indians, I don't think they want to hear, and I understand you don't want to hear that the Moor is actually akin to a brother, right? But he is not the firstborn brother. He is a supplanter. I found it so interesting that they made the Moor younger. But look at the pictures and you'll see clearly the guy on the right is a younger man, whereas there's a little more line work on the elder on your left. He is the one wearing the crown, and I thought that was very interesting. He is the firstborn. Okay, he's the American Indian. That guy on the right is not an American Indian. He may have descended from the American Indian. We could go that route. He is not the firstborn. He, in fact, is a supplanter of the firstborn. You think, and you keep thinking, that the white man is your enemy. Think again. You're looking at the architect of the one who is being called your enemy. The architect is right here. I know Moors are not going to like what I'm saying, but it ain't nothing but the truth, right, Moors? You know it's the truth. Yet all of our people are trying to cling to you. Why? I'll never know. I'll never know. Now, if we're going to go by Morocco, the where you hail from, I already know Morocco didn't have shit. Okay, I'm just going to say it how I feel it. Like it, love it, hate it. It ain't the time for you right now. And if Indians ever stand up and have a voice and stop trying to be two people at one time, you might get somewhere. You're going to have to cut the fat off, yo. You're going to have to cut the fat off. Your legacy is being stolen right before your eyes if you look at this picture. Now, I read about the alleged connection between Morocco and the United States, I should say. Yeah, the country they hail from, Morocco, that's the one who's being friendly, all lovey-dovey with the United States. The United States is a corporation, a British corporation sitting on America. And if that don't give Indians a clue, I don't know. You must be something must be wrong. Something's got to be wrong. You think these deluded Indians, half of them are just mixed Indians. You think these deluded Moors are trying to have you realize how desperate Morocco was at the time they allegedly recognized the United States as a nation? They were so desperate, we read, that they moved their capital closer to the Atlantic just so they can get the shit we got to offer, right, yo? That's Morocco for you. The Sultan wasn't collecting enough taxes in Morocco, is what we read. Go find the video. I didn't write the article. In fact, the article was written from a Islamic source. That really blew my mind. But they telling the truth. Morocco, the Sultan wasn't making enough money. How you create a nation, you sitting in your own homeland, Morocco, right? How do you decide that Morocco don't got enough for you? So I'm gonna go see what I can so do some shopping at the United States Dollar Tree. That's what you gonna do? Matter of fact, what I read was there wasn't enough money in Africa for this fucking Sultan, yo. So it made me have to reimagine what is Africa working with over there that a Sultan felt that it ain't enough for me, yo. Y'all, I have a lifestyle to maintain. I have a lifestyle to maintain. Ain't enough gold in Africa for me. I'm gonna move my capital and fuck what you heard, fuck with that Muslim art architecture. I'm gonna go European. That's what we read. We read that the Sultan even had the new capital fashioned after Europe, not American now, European. Who was he attracting? The United States. It wasn't American Indians. And American Indians, well, they cling to Moors like it's their fucking mama. Y'all better cut them umbilical cord. You better cut that fictitious umbilical cord. It wasn't even no Morocco when this Treaty of Peace and Friendship was made, yo. There was no Morocco in Africa. Yet, what is the lies and the confusion? I don't I really even with the ancestors, it's hard to figure out these fucking lies, yo. Their ancestors they don't really work in lies, you know. But these Moors, how do you sign a treaty when there's no Morocco in Indiana or Africa? Huh? Use a corporation, so you're a fictitious entity from the get-go. You're a Fig Newton in the windmills of the Sultan's mind. You didn't even exist. The Treaty of Peace and Friendship was in 17 something something, right? Morocco and Indiana was 18 something something, I think 1856, right? Morocco and Africa was 19 something something. What the fuck is Morocco, yo? It's a fucking corporation. And that's why corporations dominate over the rights of men and women. They tell us that you can't do business with a corporation unless you're a corporation. On what fucking planet? Who made that up? Why not? Well, let me tell you one thing. The man and the woman will always take precedence over the corporation, but not in the world of the Moors. And all our Indians just dying to be Moor. I'm a Moorish American. You're delusional. But you know why? And why even get upset about all of this? Why? I don't even know why I do. Because you know what? The Indian is still going to rise, yo. The American Indian is still going to come forward. I don't care all these distractions and the derailments that they're trying to throw at us. It's going to be gone, yo. Why? Because ain't nothing stopping the American Indian from taking their birthright back. The ancestors have pretty much guaranteed that. You think you're going to fuck with people that's on the other side with your black magic? You think it's that powerful? Especially when it's working evil, wickedness, theft? You know what? I don't, let's leave it at theft because all that other stuff is beside the point. A thief don't win, y'all. Let me say that again. A thief don't win unless he done put your brain in some kind of backward operation. You got to get your brain right. You got to stop calling other people to save you, American Indian. When I tell you you have to save yourself, and I ain't saying nothing but a word to myself, I'm very aware of that. But I guess the ancestors, they're singing. They want the message to get out. They want the message to get out. But American Indians are not listening. And I'm going to say this without any malice toward any particular uh, personalities that we have amongst our American Indians who are very popular. This is not against any one person, but I did hear it. It's a recurring thing. Now, if we understand that we have to create our own system, why are we talking about Trump or Kamala or Biden? The breath wasted talking about this corporation could be used to figure out our moves as American Indians. Somebody gonna hear this. Somebody gotta hear it. I don't know any other way to say get out. I've said it several times. Get out. Do we still know what that, do we know what it even means to get out of a system? Do we have any idea? Or did we allow the Moors to put our brains in reverse? Because they will do that, yo. To steal your birthright, they will do anything. Once you cross that line of theft, there's really no going back unless you confess the truth. And what they call it, repent. That's they term in their church and their religion, repent. That's what you call it. But it's not happening. Instead, what we see is pictures like this. Mhm. How many times are we going to watch our legacy being having a dual sort of ownership, like somebody just feel entitled to your damn birthright because they got the same skin color, knowing damn well that skin color ain't got shit to do with this when it comes to who okay, is every because Africans have my skin tone, does that mean I'm entitled to their land? No, it doesn't, right? About that don't Moors understand? That when I tell you I this past week, I just did I had to do a refresher, right? So it came up in my on my spirit. Let me relook. Maybe I missed something about where Moors come from, what their history says about them, a history that they co-signed on. They never denied it until Indians started waking up. Then the narrative changed. Before that, baby, a Moor was from Africa, yo. Does anybody remember that? That's all they ever said because remember, we were the new world, okay? So your Moors said we was a new world. Then what's your nigga ass doing in this new world? Ain't you from the old world? Africa? So I decided it's time to do a refresher because it seemed as the day goes by, American Indians are getting more foolish, and there ain't no reason for it. Not in the awakening day. So I said, let me make sure my head is on right. Where do Moors fucking come from? Any light research will tell you right away where they claim to come from. Now, then the Indian that got his head working is going to have to ask, how come all before a Moor was from Africa, but now we got some new fandango Moors trying to say that they ancestors was dirty boys and they're the clean ones. Baby, the apple don't fall far from the tree. Stop it, yo. Stop it. So now you're denying your ancestors. As the awakening is happening, the Moors are denying their own ancestors, right? They're African ones. Because ain't no time before this awakening that Moors were said to be from America. Now, as you know, I have my thoughts about that. But the point is, we go on with what the horse's mouth said, not what Harus think. Okay, what the horse's mouth said is that they are North African Berber Muslims. Okay, this was their entire story for centuries. All of a sudden, the story changed, and American Indians in the awakening are still not comprehending a liar. They still think Moors have your best interest. Okay, let's be fair. Some of them are not aware of what they're doing. Just like American Indians are not aware when they call themselves black. And they know it's not right, right? But you're not aware. You're an Indian who is not fully cognizant of what you're doing by calling yourself black. And what you're doing by continuing to want to vote is another example of an Indian not knowing what the fuck they're doing. But you know, again, I'm getting, oh, there I go getting upset again. But this is what I know that I know. There will be two Indians, yo. There will be two Indians in America, but one is going to be standing on his birthright, right? One group of Indians are going to actually stand on their birthright, so help me, ancestors. The others are going to be voting in the corporation that has been kicking their ass up to what? Last few years when they gave you a shot that fucked with your memory. These Indians are, it's not for us to understand what is wrong with them. But the clues that I get is that either number one, they really don't know that they're slaves in this system. They just don't have a comprehension of that concept at all. They think, well, I's an Indian now, and Master gonna respect me now. Mm, mm. Oh, he is? Is he? Mm. Well, you go running back to Master. I'm not following you. And the minute I see that that's what you're about, I'm out. It might take me a little time, but I'm out. I'm not following any Indian back to slavery. Let the record reflect. So the minute I hear something about voting for Trump, the red flags go up. Voting for Trump, how about electing someone to lead the American Indians to be what you would call our quote unquote president, chief? Ain't no Indians talking about that. I haven't heard it. If they did, pardon, sorry, but I it hasn't reached my ears yet. I'm hearing people who have so much potential to be, you know, uh, do much more to further American Indian cause, and all I'm hearing is that they talking about this election. You're being hijacked again, American Indians. Do you know what get out means? Please write it in the comments. if you do. I know YouTube don't promote these videos, but you know, if you get a chance, if you see it, okay. YouTube can't stop this train either. Hmm. I've seen greater miracles than what than this, okay? Then you know, I've seen them. Um, I'm not going to miss the way out of this corporation. People keep thinking that, oh, if I get this document from the federal government, they say I'm an Indian, boom, I've arrived. You've arrived to Moo the Fool land once again. Can't you see this train is going around in circles? Can't you see that everything is a trap just so you don't stand up and say, fuck all of this? Now, see, American Indians are the only ones who can do that and not have any kind of, what do you call it, legal issue with this corporation. Why? Because we were here before the corporation existed. What does that mean? It means you're the law of the land. All you got to do is start making them. This system is for commerce. When we were tricked by whoever believed this system was for men and women, we thought that we were entering just to do business, right? We thought, oh, we get to sell our farm, you know, the our produce to these settlers. Okay, all right, okay, you know, we make a little, you know, this they're here. Don't seem like anybody kicking them off Iroquois Confederacy. Uh, so maybe make a little money. You know, maybe this new system will help us, right? Okay, they're making some new kind of money. All right, whatever. Let's see what happened. What happened? What happened to the South, yo? Because when you read the Constitution, we were in a commercial deal. We were selling to the settlers. And you know, they don't blatantly say it. You just have to sort of revisit that document, which is now null and void. I don't know if people realize, I'll just say it. I don't people don't catch things, but the Constitution is no more in terms of it is not the law of the United States. It's a little piece of paper that we refer to so that people can think that they give a fuck about that Constitution. They have already surpassed the limitations that was set out in that. Those 19 enumerated functions have been um, uh, superseded, overstepped, whatever. Congress now has basically become as if they're the Indian chief or chiefs in America over the real American. And what our Indians don't understand is every time you talk about voting, you're voting yourself out of your chiefdom, and you have someone who has what they call plenary authority over you. This is what Indians don't seem to understand. Now, we're the most creative people on earth, but when it somehow they must have stuck some in your breakfast or in your coffee. When it comes to Indian, now we will talk about what we've done in the past, all the great accolades of our people, you know, starting nations or what have you. Those was mostly the Moors outside of America, but hey, they were, you know, they were basically your skin folk, shall we say. So we know what our skin folk are capable of and what we are capable of. But somehow in America, we don't we none of us have apparently have any interest in actually taking back your country. You still want to defer to a it would be one thing if the colonizer was treated us right. When I tell you racism is not coming from the colonists, it's coming from the colonizer. Now the colonists were his people under him, right? So it's not racism is systemic and it comes from your government. I'm an American Indian who is living under colonizer occupation, and I'm not going to mince the wording. Ain't nobody talking about violence, so don't even try to suggest that. I'm talking about crimes against American Indians. I'm talking about genocide, paper and otherwise, against American Indians. These are serious. And when an Indian says that, somebody got to listen. Okay. So you want to continue to deal with an entity that has only sought to genocide you. Do American Indians know that a genocide is happening right now? Immigrants, vaccines that they don't have to get. Does anybody have any clue? Why do you think that we can just slip into this system as Indians when the same system is the one that misclassified us and reclassified us? What's wrong? What's going on? Let's talk about it. Do you know the authority that you have, or do you think someone else can do that for me? Trump can do that for me. Y'all are uh depending on your colonizer entity to save you from what? Because for me, the only thing you need saving from is your own ignorance. And they're not going to save you from that. I'm sorry if that comes off disrespectful, it's not. It's a wake-up call. I don't know. I'm trying to, and again, I shouldn't, but I can't comprehend why a person of color, after years of voting and seeing nothing change, I don't know how they think that one man all of a sudden is going to do right by you. Or what is he going to do? Make you more money? Or you think this is about money? All right. The almighty God, right? Another creation of colonizing. When you're sovereign, you can create your own money and you have every right to, and ain't nobody could stop you. Now, at this point, if they refuse to quote unquote do business with you, we call it genocide. And by the way, when you hold the bag, American Indian, you should be calling the shots. Hold the bag. What do I mean? This is what I'm talking about right here. How many Indians, or for that matter, how many of anybody believe that Africa was colonized first before America? Because that's not what I found. Again, Google is amazing. I know people still talk against a good old Google. Um, I'll say this. I work in a law firm. and I work in a library, a law library. Our research begins with Google, and it will get you as where it will get you. And what I'm saying is, it is so uh, a resource that it's very helpful in legal research. It truly is. So don't be discouraged by a Google search, really. Yes, there are algorithms that don't pull up crap and all of that, but you can still get, you know, you can still get enough, let's just say, corroborating information, you know. So I don't know where I got this impression, but I heard it said that Africa was colonized first. Again, that's not what the timeline is telling me. I'm seeing that America was colonized before Africa. Tell me if you find something else. Maybe my Google is broken, and maybe, maybe Google is all lies. But I'm going to major websites, history websites, But again, we'll always have Indians that say that ain't no good either. Okay, whatever. But America was colonized as early as we know as the 1400s. Africa wasn't colonized till the 1800s. Now, look it up and you tell me what you find. Tell me I'm wrong, okay? But I did several searches. None of them had Africa being colonized before America. So what am I saying? America has the bag, yo. There is nothing that anybody wants in Africa except a good photo op to say that we belong there living in poverty as quote unquote African Americans. What what I'm learning, somebody's lying about what Africa has, yo. Somebody is lying. The Sultan of Morocco he wasn't making it. Do you hear me? Did you? I'll just try to link the video. You're gonna look up my video, please, of uh the recognition of the United States was benefited who or something like that. I don't even know my own videos. I'll try to link it. So we're reading an article, and it is crystal clear that Morocco, they it, Africa wasn't enough for the Sultan. Now this man is on the continent of Africa, right? He can go anywhere in Africa. Why would he cross an Atlantic Ocean for his wealth if he's living in a treasure trove that he doesn't have to even cross the sea to get to? So, in other words, he could have just spread out over Africa if they have the diamonds and the wealth that he needs, because he said he wasn't making enough on the continent of. Do you hear what I'm saying? Common sense will go a long way, yo. I just found myself wondering, why did the Sultan of Morocco, which all our Moors are claiming Morocco, right? It's like they'll say Morocco's here, Morocco's there, Morocco's everywhere. This used to be called Morocco before it was called this and that and this and that and that and this. Y'all just put Morocco wherever you need it to be, wherever the resources are. Is that what it is? And then you say the Pharaoh gave you permission. What, you didn't have a sultan back then? So I know a lot of American Indians don't like when I tell them that America is where Egypt was and is. Uh, and you have Moors telling you that they had to go to a pharaoh to get permission. What does that tell you about the authority that that a pharaoh had over a Moor or a sultan? They had to get permission from a pharaoh, is what Noble Drew Ali said. And another reading, I forgot where we read it, but it was another time. I think it was it Amenhotep Chavez El Bey? It might have been him. All I know is this. You go to China, and China, there I go using you again, sorry. You go to China, and all the leaders look like the Chinese. That's how you know, that's when you start to realize what America is working with. You go to China, all the leaders look Chinese. You go to Russia, all the leaders are Russian, Russian speaking, Russian looking. Just for the general over view, they're Russian, right? Anywhere you go on this good green earth, the leaders look like the people that they're leading, except for America. Um, Somewhere in that, American Indians need to get a clue. Why would you settle for being run by foreigners talking about you going to vote for Trump? Or I'm not going to vote for Trump. I'm not going to vote at all, but I'm going to promote Trump. Why? Why? It don't make no difference to American. What don't, if you get out and stand on your birthright, none of that crap applies. You can begin to take charge on your land, but you'll never be in charge as long as you keep voting. Voting is a contract. We are in commerce. Commerce has nothing to do with a fucking constitution. Every corporation has a constitution. For all practical purposes, those would be the only constitutions most of us are really bound to. Whatever corporation you work for, whatever their constitution is, baby, that's your rights right there as a slave in the corporation. As we said, a corporation ain't nothing but a slave-making entity. And when it comes time to pay the slaves what they're worth, that's when the immigrants show up. What does that say? That says you're in a system that doesn't give a fuck about you prospering on your own land while they're using your resources. Yet you want to vote for Trump for more money. When I tell you everything the colonizer creates is his to do as he will, meaning you have no control over his money. He's going to control, like I told y'all before, he's going to control the interest rates, and your money will be worth due to when he wants, or worth a little more than due to when he feels it. You have to create it. What don't about that don't Indians understand? You're the most creative people on earth, and yet when somebody tells you that you have to create your system, you go, What that mean? Oh my God, figure it out. My God, please figure it out. You have to start your own system. You have every right to do it. The doctrine of discovery has been denounced. There is absolutely no reason for you to be dominated like any other country on this planet is not dominated by people that don't look like them. They done said that, oh my, what did Biden say at one point? At some point it's gonna be America's gonna turn brown. You mean copper? Is that what y'all call this? Get at least get the color right, yo. They don't want to talk about that copper at certain times. And that was like a cause for caution for the corporation. They were telling the Americans, like the immigrant Americans, watch out. These niggas is multiplying. We done did everything we can, yo. We done put shit in their food. Their asses is flatter. The sperm count is lower. We do it all we can, yo. We done pumped up soy and all the foods. These niggas are still having too many babies. And then that's why we had to roll out the injections. And even they will fail. Indians have to stop siding with wrongdoers. You can't keep asking for an oppressive system to do right for your whole fucking life, okay? You've got to wake up at some point and say, you know what? They say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different result. Am I insane or unsane is the actual word? No, I know I'm not, because I know we got to get out. It's just that it looked like I might be the only one. Me and a few friends. But you know what? Again, there's going to be Indians who remain slaves. And I think we in other Indians just have to be okay with that. You know, they the ones who are going to remain slaves are going to be indoctrinated by Moors. Look at that picture again and look at who's wearing the crown and who's wearing a bandana and the earring. I read that earrings meant slavery. And I don't need to be talking because both my ears are pierced, but I didn't know at the time what that shit meant, yo. But those are just little symbolisms, the earring. I read that if you read, I believe it's in the Bible, yo. If a slave want to stay a slave, he pierced both his ears or some crap, or if he's a slave for part-time, I think he pierced one ear for 7 years of slavery or servitude. Okay, in some kind of servitude. But then if you fall in love with the master like American Indians are, then you just get both your ears pierced. I want to be your slave forever. I like your domination. Take my country, take my birthright. Just give me some more religion, okay? All you want is religion, right? You don't want, and colonizer dollars. And you know what? I thought about the dollars, and it just made me mad. Everything makes me upset. When it comes to American Indians, but that's going to stop when I grow up and realize not everybody was meant to be free. You have to want it. You have to desire it. Let's not say want. Let's say desire. You have to recognize what it means. So the Moors, when you give in to the Moors, first of all, you're not going to have law of the land because it's all about commerce with Moors. We've read that, they're seafarers and all of that. But anyway, again, you look up their history, they are willing to deny their ancestors because that would do their ancestors a favor. Their ancestors are like, go on and lie. Do whatever you can do to get that land and them resources. And then when you take over them niggas, just tell them to change their name to Bay Day and all of that stuff, Bay Base kids. And then you be one and the same, and that's how you get their land. But meanwhile, you be genociding them niggas out until it's just us. That's the plan, y'all. That's the plan. That's the master plan. Because as long as you're alive, American Indie, you're a threat to the person that's stealing your birthright. Somebody decided that we don't deserve our own birthright, but time has shown us that they don't deserve it either because they are, let's just call them wicked custodians. There is no righteousness in these people, y'all. Religion is one thing. Actual righteousness is a completely other thing. And when I tell you these people don't even have a clue what it is, these Moors, mm-mm, mm-mm. It's not possible. You just, how about this? You're low-level Moors that don't know the goals and objectives of your sultan. Would that work for you, respectfully? I wouldn't even have to talk about y'all if you would just go the fuck home. You being here in America has the effect of me being a virtual slave in my own land. If y'all go back to where you came from, I won't talk about you. And if you stop saying that you're me, I won't have to deal with you. You wonder why I talk about Moors? Because those are the motherfuckers that look like me and keep telling me that I am them. Baby, I'm my own person. Always been, always will be. Now I will try to get other Indians to wake up, but once that shit fail, I'm homie's off and going the way he's gonna go, and I know where I'm headed. I'm headed back to my birthright. I'm like, yeah, yeah. I look, you can't see something and then unsee it. I just feel like a lot of American Indians are walking around with their eyes closed. Say, can Mr. Bay, can you lead me to freedom? I trust you. That's the last person you should trust. That's the person that can steal your shit and say that he's you. A white man can't do that. So who's the one you got to watch out for? Negro is the one that looks like you. I'm sorry, am I saying it too harshly? Yeah, well, it's going to be that way until I see, till the ancestors show me that they're being heard. Okay, how about that? Because that's the ones who's leading me to freedom. It's not me, because I didn't have a clue what that shit was until I asked. Till I asked for what it was. Then it was revealed to me. I tell you this crazy little story about the first time I listened to the recording by Nina Simone. The song, I Wish I Knew What It's Like to Be Free. That song, the only way I can explain it is the ancestors had me contemplate what she was singing, the lyrics. And I thought to myself, well, I live in America, of course I'm free. But then I'm hearing her saying she wished she knew. By the time I comprehended what the song was saying, I realized I've never known freedom. I've never known freedom in the quote unquote land of the free. I'm not free from oppression. I'm not free from discrimination. I'm not free from being taken advantage of financially, although we're made the least in terms of finance. We're working with the least. I realize this can't be freedom because I'm I'm walking around feeling that people that look like me are held in a lower regard somehow. You can't put your finger on it, but it's there every day. There's just something about even the way certain commercials and images of us. And I realized for me to experience freedom, I can't be worried about the color of my skin and how it uh, affects the world around me. I'm held in chains based on my skin. I can't, that's not freedom. Now I hate to say it, but I think Caucasians might have experienced a little more freedom. I really feel that way because it's the difference between being, I don't know, respected, is that the word? Uh, you know, received, is that a word for this? Well received, no suspicions, no side eyes, no doubt face, no evil eye. You know, so every now and then you get the evil eye. The evil eye makes me laugh though, because you got to think now you are well received, whatever other race you are. You're more received than American Indian is in his own country. Yet you still have a place where you kind of showing me some disdain. I'm the low level. What do you got to be feel some kind of way about me for? You getting better treated? Why you got to look at me with an evil eye? You know everything is given to you here. It's almost like with the immigrants. Well, not right now. The immigrants are getting all that stuff, and so I would think that white people might be mad at more of the immigrants in a way, because it's like a free handout and a free cheese giveaway. But all of this has taken place on American Indians' home. And I was saying to someone, us insisting on living under the domination of the corporation that we were never supposed to be under, it's almost like having a an intruder in your house, and instead of getting him out, you're cooking dinner. You're uh, Now, meanwhile, he done hold up somewhere in your house, and the area he's at, you can't go to. He done hijacked half your house, and he got all these strangers coming in having a party in your house now, under your roof, right? Now, okay, you're in the house, but the noise is coming from the room over there, or the part of the house that he done took over. And when you come to see how's the party going, it's like the drawer opens really quick, and it's like, yeah, we good. Now go back over there. Okay, we good. Go. By the way, can you bring some glasses from the kitchen? Well, I didn't finish my wing yet. The kitchen ain't done. Could you get some ice, please? And we okay. We're entertaining the bullshit. Nobody seems to want to get out of this system. Meanwhile, this is what this time was about. But they don't. I guess they did get to most of us because, again, I'm not hearing Indians having a clue about starting your own system. That would be the first beginning of getting rid of oppression on your land, because you start to claim what's yours. But as long as you entertain a Trump, let me tell you, you're not in charge of your resources. And if they decide to allow you to, once again, that is them allowing you, not you calling the shots. Don't get it twisted. But a lot of Indians are willing to settle for that for money. I think money is what's got, I always say, it's the bait that keeps us in their trap. Yet that money is made from trees on your land. You should be getting paid if Indians took back their land. Any trees that is being used to print money, you would get paid for that shit. you would get it. Right now, we are paying the Federal Reserve to use their dollars, and they get to change the money system now. Everybody complain, oh man, it's gonna go digital. Yeah, that's why you got to get out. You- how many different ways is there to say get the fuck out and stop complaining, start your own system? I don't even want to call it a government because we're not looking to govern people's mental. We are all Indians up in this piece. You don't need to be governing my mind, okay? What we need is a justice system. That's what we need, not somebody governing your thoughts and your mind like this system it is. Even the word, something's wrong with that. So you're here to govern my mind? That's what you're here to do? This is not about commerce? Why don't you just call it what it is? Commerce. Because Lord knows we don't need that either. There's something inherently wrong with commerce, I'm telling you. If commerce can change a man or a woman into a commodity or a franchise, there is something wrong with commerce. The Moors were always about commerce because they figured out how to use commerce to take over anybody's land. They trust every other country to be run the way they're run by people that look like the people of the land, but they don't trust American Indians. Why? Because we were never supposed to be under them like the rest of the world is. Any place you had an empire, what that means is you were touched by the Church of Rome. That was the first empire, official empire. There was no such thing as an empire until the Church of Rome came on the scene. Excuse me. That also is a creation of Moors. So don't go trying to be an empire or an emperor or anything like that. Because all you're doing is calling colonizer. Here I am, colonizer, colonize me. Our ancestors didn't know nothing about the Church of Rome. That's why they hit us like a ton of bricks on the arrival of Columbus. But the outer world, the so-called old world, because they claiming that they're the old world, you know, that whole lot. America is the true old world. At least Amun Hotep El Shabbos Bey did give us that much truth. But then because he's Moorish infected, he's trying to say that he's American, he's Moroccan, he's African. To take your birthright, you have to claim one landmass. You can't say you're American Indian and that, oh, but I'm from the Songhai Empire. No, no, that's not how it works. I will say what I think I'm happiest with among American Indians is that the part we getting right is that we are claiming to have sprung from this land, and you better keep claiming that. Uh, but you have to live in that, which means if you are, you should be running your house. What what um this is they say we were mostly a matriarchy. What mother is going to allow a foreigner to run her house unless she is the foreigner himself? What what woman of color is going to allow Trump to run her house do you trust him enough to run your house? Run your business is different. Run your house is something else. But I've heard that he wasn't great at business either. That's what I heard. I don't know. This is what I heard. Yet we have men and women, American Indians, that I think they think that Trump is somebody that is going to give them their birthright back. I think. I don't know what it is about Trump that they see. He's in a completely commercial jurisdiction. And when you put yourself in commerce, well, as quote unquote colors, we should know what commerce has done to us. But I don't think we've learned yet. How much more hell do we have to go through before we learn what commerce did to us? How it made our birthright null and void because commerce came and took its place. And then we were put at the bottom of that hierarchy. And Indians want to vote for Trump. They want to talk about him. Okay, I'm not going to vote for him, but I'm going to talk about it. It's, I think, again, it's securing a bag, but it's not because they're controlling your bag. You're not securing the bag with Trump. You're just giving him your bag. Do you understand that? Does anybody have a clue? Do you know what being a boss is? There's so many bosses, but nobody, ain't nobody acting like one. Okay, so it's already an hour, almost an hour and a half, and we still have to break down this picture. Sorry. So we have a turtle, and you know what Haru channel has learned about turtles. They're not indigenous to America, okay? Let's say it again together. Let's breathe because I'm telling you, your birthright is being hijacked right before your eyes. And it's like what the ancestors told me is that don't give up because now at least they got the color right. Now everything else here is a psyop. At least the color is right. And those is not long-haired Indians. They don't have hair down their back, yo. That what they call it? What's the name they call our hair? What's it? Level 4? What do they call it? Type 4C or what? I forgot what you call it. Both these brothers, I will say, are definitely Negro, of Negro, what we would call Negro, right? But again, only one is an American Indian. So when you see this in the subway, just take you gotta take the meat and spit out the bones. First of all, you gotta get rid of the brother on the right. That's the Moor, okay? He's from Morocco, North Africa, Berber, okay? But he is so hungry and in need of feeding that he wants to not only be American, but he want to call your land a turtle. But actually, we did the breakdown on turtle, and we found out that Turtle Island is actually the not America at all. It's the whole world, and that would make more sense to me in terms of the scope that a Moor is looking for. A Moor is not looking for one landmass, yo. However, America is one that he focuses on because that's where all the resources are. And we're just being a puppet of the Moors who are slowly, very methodically replacing us. If they're not doing that, they're trying to breed with us and so they could have some kind of stake in this land. But the thing is, you've done far too much against the part of your family that's American Indian, that there's no way you could be trusted with a birthright. There's just no way more. Moors have to understand, y'all got interests all over the fucking world. American Indians just trying to get their land back. You have the whole world. You're greedy. We've already called you out for your greed. You're greedy because you don't even want to go about shit the right way. If we're brothers, you should trust that we would feed you without you having to steal. But we're obviously not brothers because what we've reached genocide, yo. We've reached the time of genocide. If y'all don't understand that the last few years were genocide time, just drop out of the fucking game, okay? You are absolutely too damn clueless. And I hate to be disrespectful, but I don't know how to speak to American Indians because even in the awakening, these folks, they don't, it's like, my gosh, are the ancestors wasting their time? Are they? You trying to have somebody else come up and run your shit and you think they're gonna give you a fair deal? You still believe that? When have you gotten a fair deal in the last 500 fucking years? When Congress decides to throw you a bone every now and then, give you what? Like $1,000? What when we got stimulus check? What was that? What was that? Less than 1,000, right? Yet you get some immigrants and they get what? What we seeing nowadays? $3,000 for food and $15,000 for other expenses? Now that's what I call a stimulus package, yo. I don't know what that shit was they gave us, but that's what I would call a fucking stimulus package, yo. Whatever they need with that. So America, Indians keep seeing this, but something is not reaching the top floor. Give me more, massa. Discard my ass in my face. Don't just do it when I'm turned around and you going at it. When I turn around the face, you just spit in my fucking face. Why don't you? Why don't you just slap a Negro down? I just do it. That's what American Indians are saying every time they want to vote, yo. I'm just being real. I'm sorry. If it's offensive, I'm so sorry. But I ain't going down with y'all. Not doing it. Not doing it, yo. Whew. Hmm. I guess it's been a while. Seems like I'm just going in right, aren't I? Whoa, whoa, whoa. So let's look at this. I gotta just putting it off and putting it off. By now, okay, so we got to the turtle. We know that God didn't make turtles. The Most High didn't make turtles to have the world on their back, right? That's why he created Earth, right? What cockamamie story would have us living on a turtle's back? A sea creature, by the way. That would be a Moorish story because they are of the sea. Why are they of the sea? Because if it wasn't for the sea, they'd be stuck on that poverty land that they got, right? Right. So they depend on the sea to get to America. I got to be in America, to be in America, in America. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, I wouldn't be so pissed if these MFers had the respect. Like I said, if you think we're brothers, why didn't you trust me to feed you if you're hungry or clothe you if you need clothes? You came and took our shit and said you are me, and you don't understand why this American Indian is going off like this. You don't get it. You don't get why it boggles my mind to see people call themselves Moors. Well, then go the fuck home then, if you are Moor. Mixing them is one thing, but like I said, they don't share. When you mix with them, it's their story or nothing at all. Their version. And then again, and again, who's bringing in the foreigners? Ain't nothing but a Moor, yo. They need a cover. They need people to hide behind. Because if we know it's your Negro ass doing this to us, you know what time it is, right? So you got to have other people. And then that's when Moors always, we got defeated. You got defeated. You got defeated. That's your excuse? Okay, so when you recovered, like I always say, when was the backup coming? Oh, the backup is I'm saying I'm you now. I'm the victim now. You rear up Spain, uh, the quote unquote new world that you know damn well is the old world is suddenly Spanish speaking. And all you can say was, oh, we got defeated. How does you getting defeated equal the people that you quote unquote civilized coming to take my shit and you just disappear? But Amor will have a explanation for everything, yo. If you a fool, you'll believe him. I don't think half of them know what the hell they're calling on. Um, you got to choose your land. You can't be from Africa and America and say that you have the first birthright in America. You don't. You're African, and your history is making you a liar because all of a sudden now y'all got a new doctrine that says you're American when you didn't. Your claim is that America was a new world. So how could you have been here if it was new to you? Again, we're going by what the Moors said and the propaganda that they stood back and co-signed on. What was that propaganda? That they came from Africa. What changed? How did you all of a sudden not from Africa anymore? How is that possible? Oh, because you see dollar signs in America and then you convert? You a fucking shape shifter? What a shape. Oh God, what's going on? Come on, Ashes. Come on now. I know it's early in the morning. Fix my brain. Okay. Shapeshifter. Um, there's gotta be someone that represents only American Indians. Do people understand what I just said? You can't have a representative that's representing Africa, Morocco, Europe, Asia, and America. No, it's not going to work for American Indians. But American Indians still think that their salvation lies in Trump. When you understand that at best, he's living off of your bag and you need to control your bag, as you say, secure the bag, then you're ready, yo. Right now, you voting for Trump is giving him your bag. What do Indians want in life? Are you already in Jesus' house mentally? Is that what it is? You done already rose to glory and you don't care about land. You just care about Jesus dollars because that's what a lot of us are chasing. And, the thing is, the reparations that we get is not going to be actual cash. The ancestors are telling me it's going to be credit. They give me every indication that's going to be credit. In other words, if anything, when you create, your card, copper card, it's not going to be a black card. Don't ever take a black card. I don't see how you could at this time. I don't see they you don't see how you're being played. Some people I've heard about a black card. And my first thought is, I guess it's not for Indians then, or did we not just wake up? How? Oh my God. No, do you see that they playing you again? Taking a black card is being black. That's how they work their spells. You don't know what kind of spells they put on that card. But in their system, it means you're black. If you're using a black card, it's because you're black. But I thought we were American Indians. American. Now let's cut to the chase. American. We're the American. So we are just talking and yapping away and not breaking down this picture. You already see the checkerboard, right? And there's more checkerboard on the Moor side, which is very fitting, than there is on the Indian side, which tells me that we are really not the same people. We don't deal with checkerboards. You don't play those black and white caste system games, yo. You did. You invented that shit. In your part of the world, it's about slaves and slave masters. That's what the Moors are about, behind all the noise, yo. And all they're interested in is taking your country and making you a slave, or someone that believes that they are your lord and master, or you arrive when you become a Moor. No, the fuck you don't. You've just descended into the lowest pits of hell. Mm-hmm. Again, if Moors don't like what I'm saying, you need to understand something. You're on my land, yo. You're claiming to be me to get to my land, yet you're giving all your mouth to Morocco, right? Y'all are so brainwashed. I wish brothers would break up out of that shit. I really do. Or go home and be what you are. Don't do it here, because I find that it causes American Indians distress trying to be you. Our ancestors kicking our ass while we trying to be you, and you saying it's because we sinners. Yeah, the sin is allowing you to be here. That's what the sin is. When your ass was kicked the fuck out, had to get permission to be here. You had to get permission to settle. You're just, I think they don't understand, they don't have boundaries. That's the thing. They don't have boundaries. They want to be in everybody's Kool-Aid. But see, in America, you weren't allowed to do that. That, you know, at least we let you go. You trying to kill us. I'm not mincing my words, y'all. I'm, you know, mm. That's the real. Do I have to read from the book of Yakub to let y'all understand what I'm saying here? When they say that the white man was created to kill 100 million every 600 years or some shit, but then you find out that they created a white man, and it's the same religion that the Moors are. It, I don't know how to give common sense. I don't know how to give it. I think you either have it or you don't. But I know, because we've been so indoctrinated, a lot of our common sense is out the window. So again, when you comprehend that the story of the quote unquote white man is that some brothers created him, that's what they're saying. They genetically manipulated the races, not just Caucasians, but the Caucasian was the final, opposite. It was the one that was, it was the thing that was more opposite any quote unquote Negro. So it's like they're supposed to be the polar opposite of us, so that the Moors could blame everything on them. Yet, if you hear them tell it, they purposely made them uh, let's say genetically, again, th this is taught in Islam, right? This is not me being racist, okay? I'm just trying to get American Indians to understand what they're co-signing on and why they're so in love with a system that the Moors built for you, that you did not build. If you built it, you would be running it. There would be no Kamala. There would be no Biden. There would be no Obama. So Indians insist, that's another thing. Indians say that we built this system. How come you don't know how to work it then? Why do you have to go to a bay to learn how to work the system? Sit with that for a minute. Only the Indians that have common sense heard what I just said. If you, an American Indian, built this system of government, why do you have to go to a bay to understand how it works? Tell me, riddle me that. Don't play too much with your birthright, y'all. If this is your opportunity and you blow it, I don't want to say what I'm about to say. I really don't want to say that. I don't want to give that life. But if you're choosing slavery, let's just say property is expendable. You don't have a right, okay, to life. When you're a slave, your master decides if you live or die. But Indians still think that they can trust Trump. They're not looking at the system that he's standing in, which is a whole commerce system, right? They don't care about that. All they see is Jesus. That has to be what you see. Because that's what I'm seeing. You've been brainwashed by Jesus, and now Trump is your Christ. You're looking for him to save you out of this system that he is in. When I tell you you have to be outside of the system to deal with it as an Indian should or could, because in it, you can't use colonizers' weapons against colonizers. Again, that's a common sense thing that I realize common sense is not common. Okay. I just, the other thing is that Indians are just, every Indian you see is some kind of agent of the Iroquois Confederacy. That's the best I can do. The 5 civilized tribes are one of those. And they're the ones that would make a picture like we're looking at. You got a checkerboard, you got a turtle. I told you, turtles are not indigenous to America. Need I say more? Why would an American Indian call America Turtle Island if turtles are not indigenous to America? Ask the Moors that. All they're going to do is lie to you, but you could ask them anyway. You could try. And then realize how many Indians still call this Turtle Island, talking about they claiming their birthright, Turtle Island. Do you know where a turtle came from? Are you sure? Because when I checked, I found out they're from Mongolia and Germany. They're from Asia, which is just exactly where a Moor would like you to be from, American Indian, because then he can claim, shall we say, dominion over you as his creation from Asia. You're American. You're not Asian. You're not an Asiatic black man, because an Asiatic black man is a Moor. So again, why would our ancestors name this land after a foreign creature We dealt with muskrats. Do you know where muskrats come from? America. Muskrats are indigenous to America. Who spoke about muskrats? The Algonquins. So who's the real Indian and who's the fake Indian? A real Indian is going to go by animals that are indigenous to America. A fakian, so a hijacker, a thief, is going to convince you through some hocus pocus fucking abracadabra shit that our ancestors called this Turtle Island. You mean your ancestors from Asia called this Turtle Island? That's what you really mean, right? Does anybody ever bother to look it up? Have anybody looked up where turtles come from? No, you just heard that it's called Turtle Island. You running with that, right? That's how you get your shit stolen. Going with foreign narratives about your land. First of all, like I said, there's no way you can tell me. Even the Bible makes more sense than this, yo. Did the Bible say you live on a fucking turtle? No, you did, right? No. You're allowing somebody to tell you you did. Turtle Island. Listen and hear me clearly. America is not shaped like a turtle. It don't look like a turtle. Turtles were not here. There is no fucking way this was called Turtle Island. Like it, love it, hate it. I said it and I'm standing by it. Do some fucking research. I'm sorry. I'm really, it's been a while. I guess I got some, I'm probably mad at myself. Because all of this pent up and I'm just holding it, you know? But hey, there's a time and a place, and the ancestors have chosen now. Yeah, it's gonna be a long one, y'all. And that's another thing. The Indians don't. I ain't got no time to watch. I gotta go vote for Trump. Leave me alone. It's too long. One day the ancestors are going to test you to figure out if you really are worthy of America. And it might be a time test. Are you willing to hear when the ancestors may be trying to tell you something? So we got the big psyop turtle in this picture. We got the checkerboards, although they tried to darken the one on the Indian side because they know we ain't about that shit like that. And you go further, and lo and behold, your crescent moon. If that don't got more and Islam written all over it, it's not just the crescent moon, it's the star too. If you don't understand that it's not a white man that's hijacking your legacy, if this picture don't tell you, you're not worthy of your legacy. And what is that? Oh my God, it's the ocean. You're in a sea jurisdiction, yo. Turtles live in the sea. They're sea creatures. A muskrat lives on land. And in the creation story of Algonquins, the most prevalent linguistic group of Indians on the entire landmass. You don't think they knew something about their land? My God, they covered most of it. Algonquin was all over this piece, yo. Algonquin speaking Indians was almost like half of North America. And yet that's a word you will not hear. And then the Algonquins that are here are calling this Turtle Island as well. So they don't even know their own creation story, because there was no turtle in the Algonquin creation story. But look at that moon and that star and know for damn sure that a Moor, an Islamic Moor, they say it's not about religion. Yeah. You go look in the mirror and say that, because that's the only person that believes that crap. It is all about religion when it comes to American Indians. That is how you got here, yo. And that is what your Pope, that's how he allowed you to come up in this piece when they were expelled as well. The Amen priesthood, I've concluded that was the most powerful priesthood back then and now. They took over the entire legacy and changed it. Oh, speaking of genetic mutations, oh, looky there. We have a yellow person. We have a black person. We have a, I guess that's supposed to be us, red or copper. And we have a white person. Indians, we weren't about this, okay? This is not something we were into. We didn't colorize people. You were either in our traditions, growing up as an Indian, being an Indian, living as an Indian, or you were not. Now, when you hear someone like Mr. Farrakhan talking about the different races, they say there's about 4, and there you go. I read it just recently in Yahoo. There's about 4 races: the yellow man, the black man, the white, then finally the white, the red man, blah, 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 blah. This is Moorish. This is Islamic symbolism. We didn't colorize people like the Moors did. So, I'm not sure what that thing is, but maybe someone else could break that down. But it looks like it's a reference to the black, the red, the yellow, and the white. See, this is something very extremely Islamic Moorish, but it's American. What makes it worse is it's American Islam. Now, the Islam in the Middle East, they don't talk about this type of shit. It's so interesting that it's taught in America, though. And like we said, since the quote unquote Negroes are the oldest blood on the earth, that they came. The first ones would have been not Arab. They would have looked like Negroes. The first Muslims would have, they would have looked Negroid. They wouldn't have been, uh, you know, they were taught about Muhammad. None of them ever, this is like how we was taught about Jesus. Jesus ain't got nothing to do with us, but we cling to him like in the form of Trump, like white on rice, right? That's the same thing that happened to Arabs in the Middle East. They were given their savior, okay? We got to learn how the game goes. I'm sorry. I'm just, again, common sense, I guess, is not common. But if we, a people that are said to have been the original people, can fall for the idea that we had a quote unquote savior from a religion that we never practiced before we were colonized, if we could fall for that, anybody can. And I believe that's exactly what happened to, they're not getting the same Islam that American Indians are getting. American Indians are getting an ego rub version of Islam. If you really look at it, it's like, oh, you the black man, you did that. Arabs don't get that shit. I think they get the opposite. I see. This is what I'm talking about. This kind of chaos. You want to be part of that shit? You think Arabs are being told that the black man is God? Now, I'm not saying, okay, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying that this is a quote unquote black man's created religion. All of them are. So the one who's more telling it like it is, you would think it would be an Arab, but it's not. Again, this is not to offend Muslims that are in the Middle East. If I am, I apologize to you. It is not, man, just like I apologize to Caucasians. This is not to discriminate against you. I'm trying to show that there's an original people that look like me that are behind all of this, and they're even now trying to steal my birthright as I speak with this pictures like this. Indians, we don't go, we're not all about race like that originally, is what I'm led to believe, because we didn't play with genetics. But then when we did have people that didn't look like us, we welcomed them, right? That's what I read. Now the Catholic, yeah, the Catholic Church, I have to say it like it is. They had a lot of propaganda, but the Pope did denounce the doctrine of discovery, so we're gonna give him that. But we have yet for Indians to actually embrace that, and so it'll, if we don't, it's just gonna fall by the wayside, just like all those things. And you hear about, oh, Congress had this, but nobody knew about it, so it just fell, didn't do nothing. You could have gotten this kind of money. You could, if you did blah 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 blah. Congress had a bill, and you could get the money. Yeah, they don't tell you about it because that shit goes right back to them. So the Pope drops a denouncement. It's a time for American Indians to say, okay, could I have my shit back? And instead, what are they saying? Trump, he didn't say that about the Project 25, 2025. They were lying. He was that, but I don't give a fuck what he said. He is not my savior. And until American Indians learn that there is no savior, now you've done got out the religion, but you still have the program. You're still looking for what? Is it financial salvation that Trump is going to bring to you? You're going to do a little better, yet you're still going to have immigrants piling up in here, lowering the wage rates. That's what they're doing. I don't care what nobody says. They're going to try. You don't know that. You know what? Common sense will take you a long way. The immigrants are here because they're going to take payments that you would laugh at. Um, right now, they're getting all the quote unquote benefits. All of this is at the expense of American Indians. Yet, American Indians want to vote. Voting is giving them your birthright. I'm going to say that again. When you vote, you turn over your birthright for another 4 to 8 years. Facts. But I guess you have to value your birthright in order to even catch what I just said. Um, I think we covered everything that I could break down. I'm sure there's other ones in here, but those are the main ones I feel, especially the ones at the bottom of this page. there is your Islam. There is your Moor. If you don't think that at the bottom is Moorish, then you have to look at this dude again and understand. You remember Hidden Colors? That series had a picture very similar to that, and then it was all about Moors, talking about how great they were. And our people are so flattered by them. They was broke. They ain't had shit until they took your shit. But you celebrate them. Ooh, I'm a boy. Okay. All we ask, we respectfully, can you go back to Morocco, please? Because if you look up your history, do you need a history lesson, Mr. Custodian of the legacy? Do you need a history lesson on where you came from and what you promoted? Oh, you were defeated and you couldn't stop the propaganda that said you were from Africa? Yeah. You always get defeated at the most convenient times, don't you? You get defeated. Our Indian ass get made fucking foreigners, and you show up saying that you us. Come from a whole other continent talking about, oh, look, I'm you. Yeah, you're me, so you can take my birthright. But when I'm getting my ass kicked, you're nowhere to be found. And you seem to only know this corporation's laws. You don't seem to know anything about law of the land. Well, you wouldn't practice law of the land because you're sea creatures like your turtle. You're sea bound. So you could find others' wealth, right? What exactly do you have? Well, we know what she was working with. Why am I playing myself? I read what your sultan said, yo. Your sultan said there was no, he didn't get enough taxes from his own people in Morocco. It wasn't enough for him. It wasn't enough from Africa either. And when the United States took over America, that's when your sultan shows up. He didn't show up to do business with American Indians because he had no intention. What he knew was he could get what he wants from the United States, the colonizer. So again, this is the younger of the two men, which shows you who the birthright should have went to. But this little nigga he gonna outfool old daddy over here, right? With all his religious bullshit, confusion, chaos. And Islam in Middle East is completely different from Islam in America. In America, men of Indians descent are having their ego rubbed while their ass is getting kicked. So they all they hear is what these Moors are whispering to them how great they was in Africa and Songhai, because he's taking your shit right here in America and putting you on his fucking poverty ridden, obviously poverty ridden. Why do you say he's poverty ridden? How do you know? How do I know? It's because they ass is here. That's how I know. That's how I know. Africa was colonized after America was colonized as early as we said as the 1400s. Look up when Africa was colonized, and you'll find it was like mid to late 1800s, yo. Who had the goods? As soon as the more civilized, or what they call civilized, because we know they're anything but, they're scavengers. That's the word. That's the word. Moors are scavengers. Like, the things that live at the bottom of the ocean. They're scavengers. They scavenge the earth for the sake of, I guess, a sultan. And they're just so proud of what exactly, I don't know, because apparently your land wasn't enough for you, so your ancestors wasn't enough for you. In other words, you coming over here trying to be somebody you're not, because the land you're claiming is not enough for you. So your ancestors are not enough. They're not providing for you, right? Because you show it in it's not, it's you, it's your actions. The Sultan moved, y'all gotta get this, yo. He changed the architecture so it could reflect a more European what do you call it, aesthetic. So he got rid of those like Hershey Kisses top buildings, those buildings that look like you in, Alibaba shit and stuff. He got rid of that shit and got more Greek looking shit so he can appeal to our colonizer. Sit with that for a minute. He didn't get like, he didn't go find some feathers and what they said at one point. They said we was living in long houses. He didn't transform into what they're said about what Indians lived in. I know we lived in better buildings. Some Indians just can't stand the idea that, oh, we didn't live in no wigwams. And it's not the point. It is so besides the point what we lived in. What matters is the land we were on and what it had for us and what was supposed to help us to continue and not be genocide. That was to sustain our ass. The gods wanted to sustain your Indian ass. Clearly, right? I'm not trying to brag. I'm just saying. It's not about bragging when you're a man of color in America at this time. I could brag all I want and walk out that door and I am nothing, okay? Nothing. So I'm just trying to get American Indians to understand it's not the house you lived in, it's the land you own. And what is being stolen from you daily because of the Moors. You have to separate in order to get what is yours. If you keep being two people, you're never going to get what is yours. And we're dealing with a thief, right? I told you they don't share. How do I know they don't share? Well, if you have to lose your identity so someone can take your shit, that means they don't share, they take. We never had to be misclassified as Black. If there was any love there, any, you would at least have been white, the white status on your land. How you know you're getting fucked is that they made you the least. Your brothers did that. Your so-called brothers, Moors. I'm going to call it like it is. We cannot mince our words because if you don't know how you got into the mess, you will never be able to clean up the mess. If you don't get to the root of the disease, you're always going to have the symptoms popping up because you're not dealing with the root cause of the disease. I done said, and you know damn well, do the fucking math. The Moors reared up Spanish. As soon as they're reared up, quote unquote, they come to take America from American Indians and to make it like Spain was just always in America. And you don't understand the Moors' role. And we have some Negroes talking about, well, there's some good boys and bad boys. I've never seen the effects of what a good Moor has done. All I see is what the bad Moors did. The good ones, they just are very good talkers. Like they know about the twisted history, yet they don't know that they're from North Africa. They know so much, but they don't know where they're from, according to the history that they told. their history that they're told, and we might just have a brief look at that. What is your history saying about where you're from more? You being from America is something that is brand fucking new. Okay. History only knows you to be from North Africa because that's what you told me. But now you're changing. Just like the different Islam we get here, than that Arabs don't get. In Arabs' world, Muhammad looked like them. Somehow in America, well, God is a black man. You don't, if y'all do y'all not see chaos? Do you understand that two, there's an entity talking about out of two sides of its mouth? And well, as I'm trying to talk with my one mouth, getting all tongue twisted with these damn, what do you call it? Freaking damn dentures, yo. Yeah, I'ma tell it. Yeah, they dentures. Fuck it, shit. That's why I have a speech impediment with these shit. Ain't no shame in that shit. Um, you've got to see chaos when it's standing right in your face. You got to see double talk and why there's double talk. Even Christianity is more uh, uh, cohesive. They got the same narrative. When it comes to Islam, there's where you see the dubious. And dubious things tend to not be on the up and up. Why are you telling American Indians that they are God while you're stealing from their land? Your history said you're from the Middle East. Go home and pop that crap. Why are you here telling us that? Because you're the thief. Your ancestors are the thieves. And you're getting all different narratives about being from Africa, but somehow you're from America too, and blah, 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 blah. See, the thing is, if they tell this part of how they relate to America, it's not a good story, yo. That don't make for flattery. So that story is not told. And you know what? I kind of regret that I even spoke about it. Indians don't receive it anyway. But I realize it don't matter what I said. What matters is what the Moors said and what is being said about them and what recorded history is saying about them, right? Recorded history is saying that these asses originated from North Africa and they're Berbers and, they got kicked out of Spain or what have you, and they went to Morocco. That's what history is saying. That's what everybody is told. But now the story is changing, and American Indians don't understand that you can't rock with something that transforms into something else when the time is convenient because you can't trust what it's going to be from minute to minute. You cannot put your trust in a Moor. I'm sorry, put it in a, a god or whatever, but don't put it in a Moor. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry to tell you that, Moors. I don't think you understand what you're doing. I truly don't think because you're getting a story that's confusing. So of course you don't know what the hell is which way is up. You married into America. You're not indigenous to America. That is the story you tell. And then you're gonna come and tell me about mine when you don't even get yours right? Oh, right, because you're saying you're me. Oops. I think we're finished with this picture. If you see on the side, well, we got the eagle flying. I guess it's an eagle. It should be a falcon. That's another hijack. Indians didn't really deal with eagles. It was falcons originally. Heru was a falcon. Peru is named after the deity Heru. We've talked about this. I know it doesn't get registered because I think North American Indians don't really want to hear about South America as much, right? But what I was telling a good friend is that both West Indians and North Americans have been colonized. It's just that West Indians were colonized first before Africa was colonized. And both West Indians and Americans have one thing in common. It was members of their own tribes that were seduced by the religion of the Moors. That's what American Indians, North American Indians, and South American Indians have in common. Because actually, a lot of the West Indies were populated by South Americans who left South America because they were being infiltrated by Mongolians, is what I believe. Now, the first, there's like a difference. There's different kinds of, I think, colonization. There's one that's the soft colonization, where you're being sort of infiltrated by a new race that's not indigenous to your land, and then you just start mixing with them. It's to mess up your bloodline so that when colonizer comes, in his mind, he could say you no longer exist, right? So South America, the Spanish got up in there, but I kind of, before the Spanish, from what I wait. Yeah. Well, that's another thing I want to say. I'm sorry, I'm going to jump narratives for a minute. I was going to say I believe that the Siberians were kind of, they were here but I think they were here before, Columbus, right? So that's the soft kind of colonization, when you just get a bunch of people here that colonizer needs to look at so he can write them into history and write you out. And basically, when I say colonizer, you must know I'm talking about Moors at as the leaders of the colonizer, the architects of the colonizer. So what I want to say is that's what it was. I believe as early as 2900s, because that's when we decided that's when the Sumerians pop up, the same time as the Mayans are in history. So I think what's happening is America's history is being given to what they call Mesopotamia or Sumeria, when they might be talking about Mesoamerica and not Mesopotamia. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking that somewhere in the narrative, there was a new people introduced around the time of the Mayas. That's what my research is showing me. Uh, and so there was already a different race in the Americas before the Spanish came. That was, I believe, was the Mongolians. Because they would have been more like, that was they were the non-Negro race that was here. But as we know, Lucia was discovered, and she's older than any Mongolian, although they're going to try to say she's from South Asia. That's what they're trying to say about Lucia. Every bone they find here, magically, uh, it comes with a note that with where they came from. So they always, every time they find bones of American Indians, they start saying, "Oh, they must have came from Africa," and they just run with it. They just run with it. So the other thing I want to say is, when you look up, I looked up where Moors originated, and it's like 9.5 times out of 10, it's saying they're from North Africa, Berber, and Muslim. Now, today's Moors will lie in your face, rewrite history, and say, no, we was with the Washita, who came from Mali, which leads me to, oh no, where did they come from? Somalia or Mali, Somali, whatever, Mali, Somali. You say Somali, I say Somali. But so the question on the table is, okay, what's the half a time out of 9.5, out of 10 times, and 9.5 being Moors are from North Africa, Berber, and Muslim, and that half out of the 10, that one is saying that they came from Mali before Columbus. In both cases, they're coming from Africa. Okay, so how the hell is a Moor indigenous to America? Is through marrying an American, or getting with an American, having children, and all of a sudden now, like every other immigrant, oh, I'm American now. No, you're not. Okay, so that was the other narrative I find when I look to see how are Moors from America? Nothing says they are. It says that, oh, we believe Abu Bakari came, what was it, the 1300s? So my question is, if Abu Bakari is the first Negro Moor that came here, who was here when he got here? And that's the magic question. Because it's going to be, oh, well, he came here and found other Africans here. Nah, we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. But a Moor will do something like that in order to take your birthright if it works, if he could pull it off. So what is my point? I'm sorry, we lost sound for a minute because I pulled my headphones out. But right now we're going to take a break. We're at the almost 2.5 hours. We're going to take a quick break and I shall return. We're back. Um, while in my intermission, uh, if you're wondering why this video, it's like I'm banging on the Moors, I want and need people to understand that it is this picture that set me off. Now, it spoke positively, but I could not deny the hijack. I can't deny it. Now, here, what this picture represents is a confession to the world of who the American Indian is. And like I said, it's all over the Manhattan subway system. But unfortunately, once again, we're being duped, because the message sent in this picture is that Moors share in what belongs to American Indians. We're the only continent that have to come with a doppelganger, because they broke off from everything we represented, but still believe that they have rights that we have. I said this once, and I really have to say it again. When they tell the story of the prodigal son, because this is coming from the priesthood, the original priesthood were men of color. Okay? In their story of the prodigal son, that is their dream, that when they decide to join with American Indians, the father, which represents God in you know in a manner, the father of the two is going to welcome the stray as if he's the best thing that happened in this old man's life. The truth is, this son was not there when the father was at his worst. Where was he? He was out hobnobbing around the world, uh, spending whatever wealth he took with him. And then when it was all spent, what the Moor would like to believe is that he comes home and the American Indian is pushed to the side now, and this man is celebrated while the son who was there the whole entire time taking care of the legacy, watching after the father, not interested in what the world has because he understands the value of his birthright. But the little fast ass, the young one, the Moor, is out showing off. But then he finds that there's nothing that compares, even in the world he creates, with all the different races he helps to usher in, because he got scientists with him. Yo, watch out. Oh my God. So homie, he thinks in his story, he comes back and it's just a big welcome party. No, that would only be in your version of your story, more. You will not be celebrated. You are disgrace to American Indians. Why? Because you've seen to it that we have been systemically genocide. That was your doing. No other race, because you're the one that says you brought them here, right? We're going with what you say, and you're turning out to be a big liar. You're lying about your own history. But you know what? That's the karma that's going to kick your fucking ass. We're going to go, and from now on, that's what Heru is going to do. I'm going to go by what you said. I'm not going to go by what the ancestors told me, because that was just for me to know. But in order for karma to do what it has to do, I have to defer to your version of your history that says you're North African Berber. We're going to hold you to that until you understand that you're just a parasite on our land. Looking why you're a parasite, because you're not just here. You're sucking the fucking life out of American Indians and trying to basically be like a freaking invasion of the fucking body snatcher, which is not going to happen. I'm telling before the throne of the gods, I'm telling the Moor what his fate is. Okay? You will lose. When it comes to you taking over America, not going to happen. Oh yeah, you've done quite a good job at fooling the world, but after the foolery is finished, you're the one that's going to look like a fool. How so? You're the one that has to explain why you think you're indigenous to America when everything you put out and everything that history said, notes that you gave history, says you're a North African Berber. Okay? Go back to the Berber shop, boo-boo, and tell your lies to your customers, okay? Those willing to listen to your babble. You can't be from two places at the same time, my nigga, okay? You don't like it, right? I don't like being stolen from for all my fucking life. That's what I don't like. I'm sorry, this is an inconvenient message, but it will get out. No matter how your little internet tries to stop it. Okay? The fate is the fate of the Moor is to live in his lie and not be able to get out of it. Because to get out of it, you're going to have to tell the truth. And Lord knows you don't want to do that, right? You don't want to do that, my son, because you are a son compared to American Indians. Okay. That's why they got you here looking like the boy, okay? You the boy on the right. That's one thing you got right. That elder over there, that represents the ancestors of American Indians wearing a crown. I'm so surprised you didn't put a crown on your dumbass head. But maybe the ancestors had something to do with that. No, you don't wear the crown because you're not the firstborn. You're not next in line. You're a Harry. You know that you're not next in line. Okay, and in America, you're not in line at all. Again, we're going by your own lies are going to be your downfall. Okay, I said it. Okay, your own lie that caused so many American Indians confusion, birthright loss, almost like a freaking self-genocide. Your lies did that, but we're going to hold you to your lie because it's your truth. You are an African. You're a fucking African. You are not American. Again, if this were a more truer depiction, it wouldn't be two men. It wouldn't, because this represents brothers. This represents that one brother is the true heir and the other is the supplanter. That's what your stories are all about, right? Supplanting and stealing. Like I said before, if this was just an Indian legacy, the brother wouldn't be here. It would probably be the Indian, his wife, his family. That would speak to an American legacy. But here, what we're seeing, first of all, another thing, they're looking in two different directions. Hello, how did I miss that one? They are not of one mind. They are against each other, backs toward each other. This is all Moorish, but they're trying to link themselves to us, so they have to have us there somehow, right? But all of this is, the rest of it is all Moorish propaganda. Do we need to go back to the bottom? What does that stand for, y'all? What that mean? What this mean right here? Okay, so when you hear me banging on Moors, I'm trying to put them in their place. Yes, it's the place that they said they're from. Don't get mad at me, nigga. You said it. You said it. And now your story changed. Now you want to you think that you mixed up with every other Tom, Dick, and Harry mean that you get to take America and just give it to everybody. And meanwhile, want me to be at the bottom of that. And you think this is why I should be all cool with you? I can't go to Morocco and do that shit, can I? What makes you think you can come over here and do it? You're delusional. That's what you are. You're delusional. Again, what does this rep? You think this is here by accident, Indians? You better wake up. You better wake up and smell this coffee, yo. You think this is this crescent moon and this star don't mean Islam and more? You're delusional. This whole thing is Moorish. From the turtle to the four races that they speak about that they say they created and all that shit, to us being on a fucking turtle's back for God knows why. God made land, yo. He made land for men and women. He did not make a turtle for us to live on a fucking turtle's back unless you're a hijack. Taking me off the land, putting me into what? The sea. This is what that turtle is swimming on, y'all. But when he goes under, so do you. But it's not going to be you, American Indians, unless you're buying into the Moorish. And again, why do we say this is Moorish? Why am I banging on Moorish right now? Because I'm getting the message, the little subliminal, the little psyops, the little tag. So that means this artist is a whole Muslim. That's what I'm thinking. Why is he catering to one religion? Since when are Indians Islamic? You see, Indians, you got to wake the fuck up, okay? Do you think that we were Islamic when America was founded? Moore will tell you that it was Islam, that we were. He will lie to your face and tell you that we were practicing Islam before Islam existed. That's what a Moor will do, okay? This is why I can't, you got to be on your fucking P's and Q's with people that look like you but have been indoctrinated. This is some serious shit. This is being made public. So the public is once again being misled to think that all Indians believed in a fucking turtle, number one, and that sure. So what I'm trying to get Indians to understand, you are under the indoctrination of one group of Indians. That's the Iroquois Confederacy. They're the ones that believed in a turtle. Not every Indian on North America believed in a turtle, but somebody told them that, and now all Indians are saying, oh, we live on a turtle island. Again, do you know where turtles come from? Could you please hush with that? You sounding and looking really stupid if you know where turtles come from. But why bother when somebody's telling you a lie and you're believing it? So this rendering, this picture, it was a source of inspiration, but again, the ancestors had to show me to study this picture. And I'm sure I'm missing all the little symbols because, you know, Indians, I don't think we're not trying to pull the wool over anybody's eyes, right? So we wouldn't really get into all this like that, like these secretive society type of dudes do, right? If you don't realize that the Moor really is the inventor of secret societies because they got secrets, you're not really paying attention. All Indians now think that we had a turtle creation story. Why? Because Algonquins have been pretty much removed from the equation when they're the first Indians that met these colonizers. But somehow all people want to hear is from the Indians who got in bed with the colonizer, and they think that's what all Indians were about. That means all Indians were about genocide. And that would explain why we are where we are right now. Indians want to vote. They want to talk about us being on a turtle. And they think, and they just keep on doing it. You just keep repeating the lie, and then it becomes your truth. But then you become a foreigner. You keep following these foreign fucking doctrines. Indians were not Muslim. But not when a Moor tells a story. And again, 9.5 times out of 10, I'm seeing, look, everything I Google is saying that Moors are from North Africa. And then the half that's not saying it is saying that they came from Mali through Abu Bakari. Again, in both cases, they are foreigners. This is the story they tell. They just need Indians to start saying that these motherfuckers are indigenous so that we invite them in. You got to invite devil in. You got to invite it in. And if Indians do it, it's over for you. It's over for you, Indians. Again, these people don't share. How do we know they don't share? Because we were called black in a system they created. Who created it? The Iroquois are given credit. Not all in again. Here we go again. All Indians agree. No, they did not. Show me where all Indians elected the Iroquois to be the spokesperson for all Indians while they're fucking colonizer in the same bed. Show me where all Indians agreed that Iroquois are the leaders of all Indians. I know Algonquins wouldn't have. That I know for damn sure. So don't even include Algonquins in that bullshit. We know that they were our worst enemy. We know, we're clear. That's why we don't exist on North America as we speak. Politically, we're been put in Canada. And a lot of Algonquins are okay with that. And that's a sad day in hell when they are. That they just think they can just, no wonder you're not having success in your endeavors, Algonquin. No wonder. And figure out what that means. You got to claim your whole legacy. You can't come in on the fucking Iroquois indoctrination. Are you kidding? And maybe that's the problem. Listening to bays and days saying that we created this system and don't know how it worked, though. We created with blindfolds on. And then the El Bays came and they knew how to work it. Yeah, of course they did. Of course they did. But you see, the system does not apply to men and women unless they are some kind of commercial entities. If you stop being a commercial entity and understand that that is the problem, then you can get the fuck out. But as long as you want to play commercial games and act like commerce applies to men and women, and you keep running to a court, courts have to be served, not entered. Serve them papers. Tell them who you are. Tell them you cannot enter. Tell them why. This is a court of commerce. It has nothing to do with the Constitution. Why would I ever enter it? You can't give me justice. You're a commercial entity that believes that we are, what do you call it, in debt with money that doesn't even create debt because there ain't nothing backing that money. You owe American Indians for even printing the money that you're using. You don't go to court and ask them for your land. You serve them. You serve them. That's what the ancestors gave. You tell them, you don't go in their court. You tell them what our court decided. What do you mean our court? Get together and decide what the ruling is when it comes to colonizing entities. We are peaceful Indians. We do this lawfully. And we tell them the doctrine of discovery has been denounced. Why are you still here? Now, we don't say it that way, but we explain it. We show them that through the treaties that were all broken, we existed before the federal government was here. So we hold court for the entity that is occupying our ancestral land. We tell them that we don't live in states. We live on our ancestral territory. And we don't mean that by saying territory, it's not a place for Tories, for foreign Tories. No, we mean we're not going by legalese or lingua franca. These were our ancient birthright lands that we're on. So we stand on that, and you're a trespasser. And you're not paying us for being on our land. Now, I'm not saying we want money. I'm saying, what do we have to pay for when you're doing business on my land? You took me out of commerce. The Constitution was about commerce between Indians and foreigners. But once you turned Indians black, that ended that. And you took over our means of making a living. So what do you owe us? Our living. All expenses paid. Once we create our card and tell them how they're going to honor that card. We're the boss in this house. But that's only for Indians who are thinking outside of the system. Other Indians will want to go to court. And that is the biggest mistake you could ever make. You don't go in a fucking commerce court. That's just basic. Where are they upholding the Constitution? That would be nowhere. But we're not going by the Constitution. That agreement was broken. They've been outside of that agreement, so no sense in us trying to call it up now. Now we're calling the fraud. Now we're calling the breach. It's no, we don't go back to that document. You've been outside of it forever. If you call up the Constitution, you'll be held in contempt of court. That's how twisted this thing is. And we read that the Moors said they built this system, this legal system, they built it for themselves and Europeans. But yet our Indians, they're going to take the words out the horse's mouth, because that was Amun Hotep El Chavez Bey that said that, because he's a Washington. And he said the 5 civilized tribes are Moors. That's what he told us. That's the horse's mouth, yo. But our Indians who still have an identity crisis and think that they're Moors, they say that we built this system. If we did, we must be the most self-hating people on the freaking planet. We built this and kicking our ass this way, and we don't even know how this shit works. They can pull a law out of a hat that we don't even know where it fucking came from, but they'll say, well, this was back in blah, 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 da, act of so-and-so, the act of this and the act of that. And that's how they do, because this is their system. If it was ours, we would work it. First of all, we'd still be going by the Constitution how about this? No. The Constitution that the Iroquois Confederacy helped to become a reality, if they were monitoring that, if the Iroquois Confederacy were in charge of that PSYOP, they should have seen when it turned from men and women of the land to all colorable law and commerce. Where were the Indians that helped create this document that Indians feel that we all created, that this was a system we made? Why do we make a system where we have foreigners? What other country makes a system to cater to foreigners, like as if they belong here, and that calls them American? Do they do that in China? Do they do that in Russia? Do they do that in Africa? What made Indians think that? Why would we do this? Why would we create what the brother said is a two-system government for Moors and Negropeans? But Indians are saying that we did this. Yet the Moors are telling you how to go about getting your land back. Do you not catch a clue? Do you not see that you don't know shit about this system because you did not create it? And you have to go to El Bay so and so, and then he gets you back into the courts, and there you giving jurisdiction to the corporation instead of standing on your jurisdiction, which is your birthright. And you talk about birthrights all day and all night, but refuse to stand on it. I hate to be the one. I really don't like talking like this to people. But I want y'all to understand something. I want you to understand how upsetting this picture is, although it's telling half a truth. This is why I'm going off today, y'all. If you need to know, I'm looking at my birthright being stolen right in front of my face. And yet an Indian will look at it, wow, it's two black brothers up here. Y'all better learn what your Bible teach you about how brothers be doing each other, yo. If you're all up in the Bible and all up in that coffee, you need to get a clue of what the smell of the coffee is about, yo. You need to sip that shit and know what time it is. They telling you that these brothers, Jacob and Esau and such, Cain and Abel. But American Indians, no, that's my brother. I don't care if he stabbed me in the back and steal my birthright. That's my brother. And I'm going to vote for Trump. How come your brother keeps pulling all this rank, saying how powerful he is, but we ain't never seen that ass in the White House? Oh, Obama? Well, that would be a representation of the Moors. Yes. He's from Africa like they are. He's African and European. So I'm sorry, your Moors did give you a president, but your ass ain't never been in that seat. When will Indians wake up? My God, when y'all gonna wake up? For real, for real. Turtle Island connection. We can see that the artist, there's his name. Gotta watch out for the moons, yo, because I'm looking at a moon over here, okay? Just be careful with the moon, people. I'm a Cancer, but I'm telling you, be careful with when you see people all about moons and stars and shit. So this is MTA Art and Design. It's just a campaign, I guess, about art, MTA Art. And this is I guess it's just interesting where I think as many of these as I've seen, there's always some kind of ripping going on down here. Like something is ripped. Well, I can't say I'm mad because this is not Turtle Island. So let me shut up. Let the ancestors do what they got to do, yo. They do what you got to do. This ain't no damn Turtle Island. I'm sorry. Does that make Indians mad? I'm so sorry. You got to get out of the Iroquois voodoo spell that has been cast upon you. Do your research on turtles and then come back and let's talk. How about that? Okay. Tell me where turtles originate from, and then maybe you'll understand why there's no fucking way that we call this Turtle Island. Oh boy. Okay, so again, um, I don't fool myself about my viewership when I make videos like this. I know that they're not going to be popular. Okay. I know that all YouTube gonna say, "Oh, look, nobody watched your video for the last 5 months. It's just the same number." That's okay, YouTube. That's quite all right. I know you got to do what you got to do. You got to do what you got to do, right? So from here, let me stop my share for a minute. I think we're done. That's why I stopped the share. Pardon. I'm gonna see if you can't minimize. Oh man, I can't minimize. Okay. I'm gonna see if we can possibly uh oh shit. What did I do? If I cut this off, I apologize. Is it still recording? It looked like it stopped. If this stopped, we'll just okay. Are we still recording? We're still recording. Okay. What I want to do is get to another screen. Okay, where are we gonna go? Maybe I'll pause and we'll resume. Okay. I just got to get to my next what I wanted to look at next, and we shall return. Okay, we're back, and I kind of been wanting to just look at the Constitution, the original one. So let's take a look. Okay, first let I want to go um make it a little smaller. So this is the original Constitution, the 1787. And in the original Constitution, as will see, Indian was only mentioned twice. You see, there's the first one, there's the second one. In the later constitutions, when the 14th Amendment shows up, we're mentioned again. The 14th Amendment was not a constitutional amendment. It wasn't a lawful amendment, okay? Because it was done when there was not a full Congress. This was done, this constitution is when the South was on board, right? But then the South was quickly forced back into a union they didn't want to be in, according to the story, right? So let's just read up until the points when we read about Indians. What I hope to show is that we're not part of the United States. That's what we read. Indians were considered outside of the United States body politic. What does that mean? We're supposed to have our own system, and not a one Indian today is even making any moves toward that. All we're doing is talking about the corporation's business and Trump and Kamala Harris. That's all we're doing. Uh, it's hard for me to believe that any work is being done behind the scenes because so much attention is being paid to Trump. So to me, we're delaying the work of doing our system, which we are constitutionally entitled to, but Indians are scared, and I understand the fear. I do. I don't. I think it does take more than one person. I do think, but I think it one person can't be stopped. Is what I'm getting. So this is the Continental Constitution that was agreed upon by the North and the South. The second Constitution, I believe that came, yeah, the South had, we have to look that up, but the South didn't, at that point, the South was basically held captive by the North, the Union, because it was done under duress. Everything this corporation does, it's either by outright trickery or duress or a non-meeting of minds. You're not getting full disclosure. That's how this corporation operates. It grabs you. It does not consent with you. And furthermore, it says you acquiesce. So it has a way of just blocking you in. It'll say, if you don't answer, that means it's a yes. So the system, this is not the system for free people. I'm telling you right now. It's a system for slaves. Your master is giving you a window of opportunity, and if you don't respond, he's going to take it in favor of what he wants. That's slavery. Because you're not being given an opportunity outside of what your slave master is giving you. You're not, in other words, just like with Congress, if Congress just like with the South, if they pulled out, that means we're not contracted anymore. It's done. We don't want to be part of this. The North sent troops to surround the South. And then when the South could not make a living because they were surrounded by mercenary military, no, definitely that's what it was. Because no American would have done that. No Americans would have, they would have understood the right the South had to not be part of the bullshit. So how we know that the South lost is because there's some kind of surrender letter. I saw this read on another YouTube channel. The South had given up, allegedly. Or did the North send someone to write the surrender of the South? Because the South were already being occupied by military. The South had everything it needed because it had those crops. The North needed those crops. They were not going to allow the South to secede. And then when they did come back, the North said the only way you could come back, in other words, now they're taking the role of your fucking daddy and shit, is if you adopt the 14th Amendment. Well, I might as well be your slave. If you're forcing me to adopt some amendment that I didn't originally agree to in the first Constitution, which we're looking at, and we will go down and find out that it has no 14th Amendment. So everything since then has been some form of a grab that you didn't get a choice. You were under duress, and duress voids any contract. Even in their system, that's where it comes from, their system. And rightfully so, it should, but they don't go by that. That's why Indians should be out of the system. The contract was breached. They're operating outside of the limits of their limitations. The scope of their limitations, I should say. Congress has assumed plenary authority of the indigenous people. So that's another form of subjugation. How do you make yourself a foreign entity, the supreme authority? Plenary means supreme authority over the indigenous people and not call that genocide. How do you do it? Well, they do it every day. If Indians don't understand why they got to get out, then you will stay in. You, not all Indians, just you who still want to be dominated. This is why they had to get rid of us, y'all. Because any way you slice it, we're getting the short end of the stick. They are smart enough to know there's no way that people in their right mind would allow us to do what the fuck we're doing. So we can't just live with these American Indians here. We have to fuck with their food, fuck with their water, fuck with their air, fuck with everything, and pray to our satanic deity that he just takes them out. But he never will, y'all. He never will. He never ever will. And I guess that's what your horror movies are about. Your Living Dead horror movies. That's supposed to be us, American Indian. I know that because we were the ones made dead entities on our land. So the message of a zombie, basically, they see us as the living dead because we're not in their world. They've killed us, but they don't understand why we're still moving and consuming. They would like us to stay that way if we're going to be here, but they prefer that we just die all the way. So the living dead is a metaphor for American Indians because we I guess the implication is we don't have brains because well we eating the brains of our colonizer and that shit, that's just gonna keep us living dead. But I think really that's a representation of us because the colonizer is saying, I've done everything to kill this Negro and he just won't die. Why can't you die so I can take over your land and tell everybody America's actually Europe or Africa or Asia? The other people are allowed to have their homeland, but not you, American Indian. You got have a whole government system that of people that don't even look like you dominating you, and you don't know what slavery looks like. Remember, King sent those Caucasians here, a black one. Then that will set your it should set your mind right to know the pecking order. The white man you see did not send himself here. It was a black king. And it's been his system ever since then. Although our Indians say they still want me to believe that they created this system and don't know how to work it, but goes to the L bays so they can learn how to go to court and give jurisdiction to the commercial system when we're dealing with land and being the first people of land. Why is there no courts for us? Because we didn't create it. When we do, then we can call people that are intruders to our court and try them. You are here under what? Under what authority? The Church of Rome. Oh, well, you know that the doctrine of discovery has been denounced, right? It was? Yeah. So that authority is no longer here. So what authority you on? Why are you here? Um, well, my business, I started my business here. Okay, that we could fix that. Well, you could take your business, I'm sure your people could use your services. And if we want them, we'll add, you could, we buy them from you on your land. And you don't have to be here. But I'm using all your resources. Aha. Well, now we're talking. You see, if you use my resources, I have to get some kind of compensation. You too? Uh, isn't that how it works in every other part of the world? Yeah, but America is the melting pot for all people. again, the doctrine of discovery has been denounced. Uh, this means that all these folks here is just an attempted genocide by an occupying quote unquote government corporation. So they wanted you here. You see, I'm sorry to break it to you. I know you didn't know that that's what was happening, but I'm trying to tell you that the land you're standing on is the land of my forefathers. It's not North Carolina or uh, Virginia. No, that's we didn't call it that. Okay. Yet Indians want me to think that we created the system and we named it St. Charlestown after King Charles. And we named it Jamestown for King. We created this because that's what comes with this creation, y'all. If case you so we wanted people to rename our homelands. Why? Well, they didn't like our names. They said they couldn't pronounce it. If I go to China now and I can't pronounce a city, trust and believe they're not going to rename it for my convenience. Why are you doing it, American Indian? Oh, no. Well, baby, you need to find the fuck out. You're not going to lead me back to slavery. You can lead yourself there, but I'm not following you. And you will find that I will have more dominion than you because you insist on being led by colonizer. Colonizer doesn't have power over American Indians. Do you know why you're even oppressed? Do you understand why that is? Well, why don't you turn your brain on, please? Please turn your brain on. Please. Especially if you're Algonquin. Especially if you're Algonquin lineage, not the Lenni Lenape, who were, we'll give them a little credit. They were, what do you call it? They were under siege by the Iroquois at one point. So they just had to, you know, get by to, what do they call it? Go by to get by, whatever. So they highly compromised, highly. If they ever find their way back to being Algonquin, Godspeed. But any Algonquin who's aware should know that anything the Iroquois created was not for your benefit. It's just that's just the way it is, yo. I'm sorry. I didn't make the rules. That's them the rules. Why? Because two groups of Indians, one was too childish to address the other man to man, and instead grabbed colonizer's side and came up against not just the Algonquins. I don't know how many times I got to say that till it makes sense, but every Indian in North America is under some Iroquois ancient voodoo spell. Because all of y'all was called black because of the work of the contributions of the Iroquois Confederacy, okay? The only Indians that were allowed to be Indians are the ones that were selling out like at the dollar day sale. Okay. They're the ones, and the funny thing is, they're the ones that went on the Trail of Tears. Now you would think that colonizer would treat them a little nice, but I think it was all a psyop, you know. But I wish it's like it baffles me to understand that you did all that work to be in bed with a colonizer and he sent your ass on the Trail of Tears. All the 5 civilized tribes went on the Trail of Tears. There was only the civilized tribe. And no one talks about the Algonquin Trail of Death. Now that I think the Trail of Tears was a psyop to overshadow the Trail of Death. And the Trail of Death was real. I think the Trail of Tears are like a psyop of some sort. Because them Indians already sold out to the colonizer. So he could do whatever he want with that ass. To this day, okay? To this day. And the colonizer tells him, well, now that you're part of my family, you have Spanish what do you call it? Spanish lineage and land, and you got a little bit of Asian, and you got a little bit of African from Somalia. Look what you get when you join me. Total obliteration of your I'm sorry, birthright. And your bloodline, because that's what he give you. And then he bids you to stomp on other Indians, and you do so willingly, blindly but willingly. I think you just don't see that colonizer is gently, kindly, and gently asking you to genocide your half of the family for his, because y'all don't exist no more. Y'all die from the chicken pox and smallpox or whatever. My family's thriving in Europe, but where's your Indians at? These are people from Africa. They not your Indians family. Oh, anyway. We better start reading, right? We're yawning. It's a 3-hour video. I guess it's been a while. Oh well. We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union. We the people did not say we the Indians, right? So off the bat, this document is foreigners speaking about themselves and the Iroquois Confederacy, perhaps. So we the people is not American Indians. So they formed a union, right? With the 13 colonies or states. That's another thing that I think goes mostly unnoticed, is that this was only for 13 states. That's why I think this Constitution was quickly eradicated for the other ones, because at the time of this Constitution, the United States was only 13 colonies, or 13 what they call it states. It was not 50 states at this point. That's why this document, we just allowed them to, I just railroad this, and that's why it irks me when Indians say we created this. Why would we create all this chaos? And we don't even know how it works, and we have to go to El Bay for some solutions that are not solutions. We, the people of the United States, this is not Indians, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, just us, ensure domestic tranquility, well, among the 13 colonies, because that's all they had, provide for the common defense. I guess that's why they had to genocide us immediately after this document. Provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty. That should have been freedom. Liberty is, we know what that is. By now, we should know liberty is what you give sailors who are in a sea jurisdiction, basically, while they're on the high seas or whatever, right? So it's your sergeant, whatever, giving you liberty, right? It's not freedom. It's two different things. This word liberty really shouldn't be in this document, because it's like they're basically submitting themselves to the nobility. That's who's giving them liberty. They want liberty. You should have wanted freedom. So already this document is troublesome, because it's, number one, well, we'll see when they mention Indians. The part that applies to you is going to say it applies to you, right? This is for immigrants to the United States, the settlers and all of that, not for Indians. So they took America one state at a time, right? They took over your American Indian land one state at a time, right? State over here, state over there, state over everywhere, right? That's why Indians don't live in states. You're just giving homage to your colonizer. Get with it. Do ordain. Now, when I read that, I remember thinking to myself, that sounds like priests. Were these niggas priests? Was the priesthood involved? Because they surely were. They're the ones that made the doctrine of the discovery. So when they say they do ordain, I just thought that was some interesting language. What are you fucking? What is this? What kind of religion are you practicing? Number one, because you're sound like a priest. Ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America, which was 13 states. So the opening already, it's not about Indians, right? This is for the United States. We were already here before the states were here, right? That's the land that Indians are supposed to call on. They're not supposed, the minute you call on a state, you're a colonized Indian. Because you need to understand who came first. You're getting the order wrong. Because if you call on colonizers' creation, then you are no better than colonizer. You don't have any authority over the colonizer because you're in his world now. How you get out of his world, you got to speak the world you came from to get your land back. You want your land back, you got to call it by its name, boo-boo. You want your land back, but you're calling it by some foreign language that the foreigner gave it. You want your land back, but you keep calling it North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida. So your land looking at you like, who that? And there's not a meeting of minds, right? The ancestors don't know what the fuck you talking about. You want your land back, you got to call it by its name, the name that was here before colonized. That's the first thing. There was no United States when we was here. Article 1, Section 1. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, not for the United States. I'm thinking if it's for the United States, you have to repeat that theme. But a Congress of the United States makes it sound like it's being produced by the United States corporation and not the people. Which shall consist of a Senate, a House of Representatives. So they're setting up their government to govern the mental. We don't want a government. We want a justice system, a system of justice for just us. But it will be law of the land because this is our land. We, the people of the United States, we're not going to read the whole thing. We're just going to get to the part where Indians are spoken about. And this is the original document. Only twice are we mentioned. So we're going with the first document, which would have been more legitimate than the other two. The other two is when they getting jiggy. and they're breaking things up into one constitution. This one was for the land, the other one is for the air, and another one, what is that? One is for, oh, wait a minute. One, the territorial one is the sea jurisdiction. The municipal one is the air jurisdiction. The continental one is the land, but you can't divide the air from the land or the water from the land. So, did we need two other constitutions? Or did they need two other constitutions? Well, to pull off what they're going to do, yes, they had to go outside of the original contract. That's like having three different contracts, you know. What was wrong with the first one, and how is it affected by those other two? I think the other two are pretty much canceling out this one. I think they're just completely. First of all, they have more amendments, so they're not the same thing. And they had those emancipation amendments, 13, 14, and 15. So they are going fictional on us, right? Because the emancipation, there was no slaves. There was just Indians and indentures. So they made this that it was about slavery. So they're lying. Now, the colonists may have had some of those 20 odd African slaves, but then they making it like that's all of us. Because there was 20 odd, meaning 20 or so people from Africa. That does not the America make. They're from Africa. And so they take like a little bit of Africa, and then they want to say that we all African, whether we're slaves or not, you know, or indentures or not, whatever. And indentures were working on their own land. In the case of Indians, to pay off debts and shit. We didn't owe anybody anything. You were on our land. How do we owe you though? I believe that's how what the Industrial Revolution did. They started making machines, and then they made us feel like I guess we weren't producing enough, and you better get these industrial machines, but they cost $1 billion. And if you could use it, but if you don't make payments, your farm is as good as mine. That's what they did to the South. Took them out of business. In other words, somehow they created us owing them. When you're on my land, I would never owe you anything. So they created a situation where Indians actually owed them for using machines on their farm. Then when they couldn't pay the machines, they took their farms was not theirs anymore. And then I guess the government, that's when they became wealthy. I think it's partly when they took over those lands because they don't have to pay anybody for the food, right? We're not independent anymore because we would have been like our own store owners. You want to talk about business, your own business, well, you got to have your own land first to have your own business. And nobody has that right now. Not any American Indians. And in this system, because it's fictitious, no one really owns the land, really, because they're doing it through commerce, not through birthright. And if Indians don't wake the hell up, birthright ain't gonna be necessary because they're gonna have so many people owning your land through commerce. So that's why you got to get the fuck out of commerce and get it into birthright. That supersedes commerce. Since when does a corporation have jurisdiction over a man or a woman that's original to the land? It's not how it works, y'all. But this corporation will have you think that there is no way out. The way out is your birthright. But Indians want to keep voting and talking about Trump, wasting their breath. Wasting their breath. Trump ain't going to do shit for you. Oh, so you'll make a little more money. What about your land? Is he going to get that back for you? No. Why? Because you're in a commercial system that you refuse to step out of for the sake of taking your land back. So they're setting up their Congress, which is going to end up being the whole entire authority over all American Indians that are in their system. Okay? All legislative powers herein granted. That means they're going to be making laws, right? Congress, not Indians. This is their system. Who's making their laws? They are. But Indians say that we created this. We created a system where they make their own laws on our land. Are you kidding me? Please get your story. Just make a better one, okay? Because this one don't make no sense. We created a system for immigrants to come here and just do what the fuck they want while we sit in the sidelines and they take us off of our southern land. And we end up running up north with these motherfuckers so that they can take over our land and make all the money from every crop we had. Where's our reparations? How about the gross national product? What is the value of that? Because the thing you're calling a nation happens to be my ancestral land. How much did you make on my ancestral land that you refuse to go home and make? I guess you feel you can't make that much. But that don't mean you get to steal from me. But every time an Indian talks about voting, again, you're giving over your birthright to Trump. You think he's going to get your land back? Oh, but you want his money? So you think you're going to be a millionaire like Trump? That's why you're all about Trump? You've got to be kidding. You've got to fucking be kidding me. Trump is your savior. The Republican Party is your savior because of something the Democrats didn't do. The Republicans are now your Lord and Savior just because they're there. You think they're the opposite of the Democrats. You think all these years they didn't know that you're American Indian, but they still want to help you, though they know you're American Indian. I think our Indians are like crossing their fingers and toes because they refuse to see the authority that they have. Like, oh no, I can't do that. The federal government won't like if I do that. How the hell else are you going to get your land back if you keep uh, conceding to your colonizers' presence? At this point, they done made an undrip or a drip. You don't think you can fight against and let them know that uh, you seem to not come against indigenous people, so why are you coming against us? Now, we can't go by UNDRIP, right? Why? Because it's a document that we did not create. The creator of that document will do whatever he wants to do with it because he created it. We have to create our documents. I don't know how many different ways to say that because we will have control over what it says, what it does, what it means. And we change it how we want. We don't sign on somebody else's document and then they say, oh, I'm going to add this part. No, no, no. You've got to understand the importance of writing your own documents. You have the authority. You have a legal authority. Just look at this at this document. You should realize this is not about Indians, but we're going to get to that part about Indians, okay? It'll be a 4-hour damn video, but hey, we're overdue, right? All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and House of Representatives. Section 2, the House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year by all the people of the several states. and the electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislature. I don't even know what that means, but that's another thing. This document is, at times, it just sounds like mumbo jumbo, to be honest with you. Let's read it again. The House of Representatives. Okay, so they have a Senate and a House of Representatives. The House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen by who? By all the people of the several states. Okay. That's not Indians. So Indians are not even choosing because we were not citizens. Okay. So to operate in this commerce, you have to be a citizen. Indians were not citizens. So they didn't choose any representatives. And trust me, they did not want an Indian to be representing these white people. Trust me. So when they talk about representatives, they was not talking about your Indian ass. What the hell is the point of a takeover if I'm going to let your ass be in the Senate and shit? Why do you think I'm here exactly, American Indian? I'm going to act like the colonizer for 1 minute. You think I'm here so you can dominate me? I came all this way, so this bountiful land, to ask you for part of it for the whole time I'm here? No, I'm claiming your land, Negro. You're not in this system. I'm here. I planted myself here, and here I intend to stay. And you are not going to tell me how to move on your land. This is what people are voting for, okay, ladies and gentlemen. Let the record reflect to the world. American Indians, some of them, are choosing to be dominated by the same people that called them slaves and meant that shit. This must be Iroquois. I think I'm an Algonquin in my core because I am not comprehending this bullshit whatsoever. I don't know what the fuck happened to American Indians after they woke up for 2 minutes. I don't know what happened after. All I know is that things start to be revealed to me, and other Indians is on some other bullshit talking about they want to vote. And I'm like, then just stay a Negro. Look, make life easy on yourself. Don't shame your ancestors by saying you're an American. Please don't do that. Because then the world will feel like there's something terribly wrong with America. No wonder the world is in trouble. If the people who live in the belly of the beast ain't got a clue, then none of us do. They're dominated by Europeans. At least we have leaders that look like our ass, and they still don't catch a clue. American Indians have become institution men and women. They have been colonized, and even in the awakening, they want colonizer here. They think colonizer suddenly loves them because they woke up. It's like they was a little baby and the colonizer was like rocking them. And then one day the baby opened his eyes and colonizer like, I've been waiting for you. Oh, look at him. Oh, goo goo gaga. And American Indians feel like my colonizer just been waiting for me to wake up as I'm an Indian. He was waiting. He didn't put me to sleep or nothing. He was just waiting for me to wake up to give me my land back. He just was holding it for me while I was sleeping. I could trust him. He loved me. I'm not. I'm not down with it. Okay, I'm not down with that. I'm not down with that. And yes, voices like mine are not popular on the YouTube. There's no way. But I know the ancestors have ways of doing what they need to do. It doesn't have to be all Indian. It will be the right Indian. So the House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year by all the people of the several states. And the electors, that's the part I'm having trouble with. That's the part I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So, you know what? I'm not even going to try. This is not my system. But I don't think that we know these electors. That's what I will say. I think we just seeing who they elected, but we don't see them. So then we end up with these choices and don't know where they came from. But we have to vote on the elect. The electors shall have the qualification requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislature. I don't know what the hell I just said, and I bet most of us don't. But Indians said they built this system. Well, um, first of all, if you did, it wasn't for Indians. Let's be very clear. We're not supposed to be in this. Okay? You did not build this system, Indians. Amun Hotep El Chavez Bey told you that it was built by Moors. And we know this is true because they quickly made this all about commerce, not law of the land. Law of the land means that you have to include Indians in this. And the Moors have no intention of including you unless they can say that they are you and you say and you confess that you are them. Then they can include you. Other than that, they don't want you because you hold the birthright. And how can they take the birthright if you insist that you're an American Indian without them and apart from them, right? So they need you to welcome them so that they can take your birthright. And so many of our Indians are like they laying in bed with their legs open, for the Moors. Get fucked right out of your birthright. Yeah, I'm raw today, y'all. Sorry, I'm raw. I'm a little raw because again, that image that we looked at earlier, I can't. I'm not gonna let them live that one down, yo. That's some bullshit right there, yo. No person shall be a representative who shall not have attained the age of 25 years. Okay, so a representative must be 25 years. Uh, and been 7 years a citizen of the United States. Now, I thought this was interesting because first we started off with the several states, which is different from being a citizen of the United States. See, they should have kept a flow here. So this is another thing I thought was off. So here it's very clear that they're referring to the people of all the states. But here they're speaking of people only in the District of Columbia as citizens. So no person shall be a representative who shall not have attained to the age of 25 years and been 7 years a citizen of the United States. So that means it's not anybody from the the 13 states. It's going to be someone from the District of Columbia eventually. Now, this is not clear, but the groundwork was laid. Now, at the time of the writing of this document, people didn't know that there was going to be a separate jurisdiction called the United States, which meant the District of Columbia. So here they're using the word several states to mean the other states. But when they say the United States, they're talking about DC, even though DC had not yet been formulated. This was the plan. That's how I know that we didn't create the system. The system is, it's like a Lego piece. It has the attachments there. It's just that they have not been attached yet, but they're prepared. They're the building blocks. So later on, something is going to be added to that Lego piece. Okay. That's the travesty of their system. They can change it because they left it open. It wasn't tight enough. Okay. So no person shall be a representative. So the House of Representatives is, it sounds like it's made up only of people from District of Columbia, which would District of Columbia is owned by Britain. That's what I'm getting. I mean, the word, that's what the wording is giving. Okay. Whether it's happened or it's didn't, you know, had not happened at the time of this writing, that's what this writing is setting us up for. Because they know damn well the United States is the District of Columbia. This was all planned out, y'all. It wasn't an accident. The wording, where they talk about several states, but then they're talking about a United States. That's different from several states because the United States is the District of Columbia. The several states are New York, Pennsylvania, Georgia, all of that. So they set this up to be hijacked. No person shall be a representative who shall not have attained to the age of 25 years and been 7 years a citizen of the United States. Sounds like DC to me. And who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state in which he shall be chosen. See, the first part of these are almost understandable. And then the second part is, I don't know what you just said. When elected to be an inhabitant, so they're introducing all kinds of this citizens, inhabitants. They got all kinds of, they're introducing all different kinds of entities here. Inhabitants. Okay, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state in which he shall be chosen. No person shall be a representative who shall not have attained to the age of 25 years and been 7 years a citizen of the United States. And there's too many ands. And who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state in which he sounds like he has to be a member. Okay, so this is bringing it back to the states because it sounds like he has to be and to live in the state where he's chosen. I don't know. I think that's what it is. But here's where we get to the Indians. Representatives and direct taxes. So now they told us about who the representatives can be, right? Now they're going to go a little further and about the representatives. Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this union. they should have named the states, is what I thought, because this is giving me that they had intentions from the beginning of taking over the whole United States. But this was only an agreement between 13. They already had their sights on that turtle growing bigger and bigger. You see, that's what the turtle is about. And you got to think about that. This is an Iroquois narrative. And they didn't have much of land, right? But through their corporation that they helped bring here, they can grow bigger and bigger because they're going to go outside of the 13 colonies. That's what the plan was. It was never going to be just so greed have no limits, y'all. And one of the smallest groups of Indians, which is the Iroquois Confederacy, they got too big for their britches, yo. They wanted to control, with help of colonizing, the entire United States. You know how much money that would make in a system that's just out for wealth only, not about birthright, not about taking care of people, just taking. You know how much money how many dollar signs they saw, the Iroquois saw dancing in front of their eyes at the thought of taking over all of the Indians' lands through their corporation and their affiliation with the corporation? The darling of the corporation is the Iroquois Confederacy. So representatives and direct taxes, so now representatives come with taxes, shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this union, according to the respective numbers. Now we got to catch this, which shall be determined by adding the whole number of free persons. So their representatives are going to reflect the number of free persons. Taxes are going to reflect the number of free persons, including those bound to service. They're talking about their slaves for a term of years. So they're going to be included because you're property of the free persons. So you're going to be counted, right? And taxes, there's going to be a tax on you. Free persons are going to be taxed, and those bound to those free persons in service. So your servants are going to be counted to be taxed and represented. Okay? Excluding Indians not taxed. Okay. So the state is going to choose representatives and how much taxes according to the number of free persons. The people that are bound to those free persons in service, and 3/5 of all other persons. To read it more clearly, let's change it around a little bit, because I really think the wording is kind of crazy. But let's read it. Let's try it a different way. Representatives and direct taxes shall be, I wish they used a different word, because people like, what does apportion mean? But maybe representatives shall be taken and direct taxes shall be taken among the several states which may be included with this union, according to. So you're going to have a number of representatives based on the population, and your taxes are going to be based on the population. But that population will not include Indians. Indians are not part of the business of the United States. except when it comes to commerce. But as far as the United States living off of taxes and having representatives, Indians are not going to be included. What does that mean, y'all? You're not represented, and they can't count you to be taxed. Means you're not in the United States, although they're all around you. So 3/5 of all other persons. That's the part that I don't think they even want us to understand this shit, because they were going to trash this document once they made Indians disappear. Excuse me. That's when we became 3/5 of all other persons. You were Indians, but when they made you black and white, you are now all other persons, because black and white are not free persons, is the way I'm reading this. Black and white are not free persons. They are caste system statuses, and the real boss is Congress. They're like the Lord of the land now. Well, I would like to think that whites are free persons because it would make sense, but whites are not free either. Everyone that is a United States citizen is a subject. So if anyone in listening to this, if you're not what they call a state national, or technically you're just you're going to be all other person, because there's no free persons in America. Indians have been removed completely. And the new Indians are Native Americans, and they are a creation of the corporation. But what I'm trying to say is the reason why this document doesn't apply to anybody anymore is because they've made us into a hierarchy, and they're going by that, not the Constitution. Because once black people appear, white people have to appear. So there's a hierarchy. Now, the whites are the closest thing to being free, I would say. But they're not free because they're bound to taxes. And the Indians have become bound to taxes. So let's read it one more time before we get to the next mention of Indians. And I think we're going to have to close because it is a very long video, okay? Even I know that, okay? Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this union, according to the respective numbers, which shall be determined. So everything is based on the number of people in each state. Now, they know that the states are just willy-nilly sitting themselves on our land. So they're talking about these 3/5 of all other persons are people that don't even know what the fuck is going on. Okay. People that just I don't know, Indians that just have no clue what the fuck is happening because they're in, regions of the states that are maybe distant from the main tribe or whatever. You got your little sub tribes and everything. So they're just going to be caught up in the state. I think, because what are you talking about 3/5 of all other persons? There's the colonists, and that they're going to be accounted for. So what are all these other persons? Well, they're going to create persons because, as we know, a person is the ranking. A free person, I'm sorry, a natural person is, okay, again, because this document is not tight, it should have said, according to the respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding the whole number of free natural persons. That's what we determined when we looked up what person is. A person has to be ranked because if it's not a natural person, it's going to be a fictitious person. So a fictitious person has to be ranked by a caste system, and that's where they shall be bound to that as long as they're that race. If you go by commerce, because this document, this Constitution, did not specify natural persons. It now, when a document was made, this is when we get talking about the fact that legal dictionaries are reinterpreting the Constitution, because when this document was made, when this Constitution was made, there was no such thing as a natural person. It was assumed that persons were natural, right? But that's an assumption we should not have made, because this corporation redefined the word person, and they made it where you have to specify, is it a natural person or is it a fictitious person? Now, again, when the Constitution was made, there were no Black's Law dictionaries. There were no legal dictionaries at all. So by the time a legal dictionary appears, they took the word person and made it a word that you can't just say person. You have to specify. Is it a natural person or is it a fictitious person? A fictitious person is a Black or a white person. Those are fiction. A natural person is regardless of his race, alleged race, but it's really a status. So a free person is only free when they say free person here. They're going to turn around and say, well, what kind of person are you? Are you a Black person or a white person? Because we know you're not a natural person, because it says free person, not free natural person. A free natural person is not going to be ranked by his alleged skin color. That's what America was supposed to be. It wasn't supposed to go by your race or alleged color. It was supposed to be for free natural persons, regardless of their color. That's what their system was supposed to be. Now, Indians want to say that, oh, we just want to bring everybody up in here. We created this system because all these persons, it didn't matter. They could be from anywhere. I would say, why? Who does that? Does China do that? Make laws so that all other people could come in and be treated better than the people that were there, the Chinese people? No, it doesn't happen in other lands, only in America. So that's another place where this document is not tight enough. It should say free natural persons. This version leaves room to create a Black person and a white person. And those persons get degrees of freedom. So they're not free persons. They get partial freedom. White people get a little more, but they're still a fictitious thing as well. and Black people get the least. In fact, Black people don't get any. I'm going to say that because there are no protections guaranteed. I read among the state nationals that the only thing that's guaranteed a United States citizen, which is one of these persons, because they never said natural person. So the only thing that's guaranteed a United States citizen is the right to reside in one of the states. That's all. That's the only thing that's guaranteed. And they need that to create the illusion that you're actually in the jurisdiction of a state. In actuality, you are under the District of Columbia jurisdiction only. So they allow you to reside in the states to create an illusion that you are actually of that state. No, you are a subject to the District of Columbia, which is owned by Britain. Until Indians just say, I want all my land back. But if they keep electing presidents and shit, then you're giving your colonizer a place here. You're giving your colonizer a place here, damn it. So, what Indians should be noticing is that you're not counted in the system because you were not supposed to partake in the system, let alone be dominated by it. This document is what do you call it? This document is feigning that it is allowing for Indians to exist. This document is written to give the illusion that our intention is not to bother the American Indian. He is here, but we're not including him because this is his land. That's the it's supposed to give the illusion that our colonizer was respecting at least our presence by not counting us as a system, and with the illusion that he understood that we had our own system. So it's a way of saying we came in peace. Like, we didn't bother the Indians. We didn't tax him, and we knew he wasn't part of our system. He was there because our state was just built right on top of him, but we're not going to include him. He's sort of just a freestanding element. We're not going to tax him, and we're not going to represent him in Congress because he's not part of the United States of America. But Indians, they don't know how to exist outside of this system that was never meant for them to be in. The reason why you're not taxed or represented in Congress is because you weren't supposed to be in this government. What is so hard to understand about that? Yes, it's worded kind of tricky, but you got, at this time of the awakening, you got to be very sleuthish. You have to look and see what the fuck happened. Why did we get to where we're at? What kind of shenanigans went on? Now, this Constitution is not for American Indians. We were considered outside of the body politic of the United States. If you're not represented, it's because you're not supposed to be in this system called the United States government. You're supposed to have your own government. And again, Indians talk about it, but then they immediately talk about the greatness of Trump. That breath could be better spent talking about who would be our leader, who would be better for us. Not better, who would be our leaders. Trump is not better because he's not ours. He can't be better. And ours won't be better. I mean, in other words, you can't compare it. One is for foreigners and one is Indians just being Indians. But in order to do that, they know damn well you have to have authority of your land. You can't be on some kind of reservation. And the fact that they say now Congress has plenary authority, this Constitution ain't indicating that Congress had any authority. We're not even represented in Congress. According to this, we just read representatives and taxes shall be derived from among the several states in this union according to the numbers of each of those states. We're going to add the number of free persons, which there are no such thing as free persons anymore, by the way, either. Because they're not natural persons. They're corporate entities. A person is a corporate entity. Now, in their legal dictionary, a natural person would be the way to go. But again, if we're not in the system, none of these words pertain to us. Their legalese wouldn't pertain to us because we're not in their legal system. Do Indians understand what I just said? If you're not in their system, their legalese could not possibly apply to you either. Their laws don't apply to you. You're not represented in Congress or the House of Representatives, whatever, the Senate and the House of Representatives, because you're not counted among the free persons, those bound in service to the free persons, and 3/5 of all other persons, excluding Indians. Indians are not supposed to be part of this government system. What don't Indians understand about that? You've been lied to. And now you're practically begging colonizers to stay because you don't know that you're not supposed to be in the system. Right there, right alone, if we went by this Constitution, right, that's why they had to get rid of it. This Constitution is no longer in effect because we're all considered United States citizens. This only applied to the original type of citizen was a citizen of each state, not the United States. You had to specify what state are you a citizen of? You had to say, I'm a citizen of New York, I'm a citizen of Florida, I'm a citizen of Georgia. The reason why Dred Scott was able to be a citizen is because he went to a different state. He went to a state that allowed colored people to be citizen in that state. Not all the states allowed it. So the original citizen was only a citizen of one of the 13 states. A United States citizen is a citizen of the District of Columbia. Get it, get it, get it. So Indians were not counted to be represented in Senate or the House of Representatives, which makes up Congress. So in a way, that tells you why Congress, they just boss up on us. They just made themselves authority over us, but technically we're not represented. Well, what are you? What kind of if you're a black person, you are not even entitled to the full Bill of Rights, let alone, you know, being called free or whatever. Okay, so let's we're gonna leave. We're not gonna read the rest. We're gonna skip down to the next part because okay. So the first thing we learn about Indians, the first mention of the two mentions in the original legitimate Constitution, it is no longer legitimate because they broke contracts. So if they break it, there's no need for us to try to resurrect it. They already broke it and they're off to the races. Now we can show them the fraud. That's all we're going to use this document for, is to show them how they breached it, how they started taxing us by calling us black, right? And then they made us the bottom of all the types of persons because none of us are free. There's a white person's freedom, there's a black person's freedom, two different levels of freedom. And the black one is it's non-existent. White people have more status than blacks in this system. So we learn again, we're learning here, we're not even counted to be represented. So that means when the census, we're not supposed to be in their census. That's why when we do appear in the census, we are black because Indians were not supposed to be counted. How else are you going to get a count of how many people are in the state unless you take a census? So this is directly a reference to the census. We were not supposed to be on there. The census is showing us up as fraud as well. They're turning us into Negropeans, basically, because King James did dump Negropeans here. They were not slaves. They were just subjects to the king. So what they basically are doing is making us as if we come from Europe, like the Negropeans did. Okay? We were not counted because we had no representation, and we didn't have representation because we were not supposed to be included in the federal government system. I had to bring up the Constitution because I have to remind people what the shit said. And not only that, I had to get more insight from the ancestors. I'm sorry, the ancestors. Ooh, that's not a good one. I must be getting tired. It's almost time to end this video, y'all. I'm going to start talking real crazy if I don't go to sleep. Okay. Ancestors. Forgive me, ancestors. That's a real wow one right there, y'all. I ain't never heard that before. The incest. Oh, Lord. I don't even want to say it again. Don't even sound right. Okay. It's all kinds of wrong. That's why the answer is saying, Negro, it's time for you to go to sleep. Okay. Representatives and direct tax. I just want y'all to get this. We're not represented as Indians because we're not part of this. They assumed that we would have our own, but they knew that they were going to make that not possible. We know, they knew what they were doing, y'all. So they're feigning as if they are catering to us when the truth is they're genociding us slowly but surely. We were not in their system, so he says, well, we don't want them here, even though they're not in our system. The ones that we can't turn black and the ones that become federal, they two different things. Like we just have to kill them. If they don't become federal Indians and they don't agree to become black, our job is to genocide that ass. And that's why Indians should never seek to keep a colonizer on your land. All he knows is how to genocide your ass because he doesn't share. How sharing would have looked is that we would have at least been co-rulers with the corporation. They would have been in sort of an advisory type of role that Indians would have played if they were sharing this with us. As you see, they made us black and we have no rights, and which gives them the right to see what you see what you get. Shot by the cops, accosted by the cops, harassed by the cops. You don't have no rights in you, and you want this system here, and you think voting for Trump. Do you know that Trump said he's going to give the police amnesty? What is it? You're not going to be able to prosecute police. This is what Trump is bringing. Trump, look it up. I'm going to have to link that one for real, for real. Trump wants police to be above the fucking law. They will not be able to be taken to court for whatever the fuck they do. You damn Indians with your fucked up indoctrination don't know what the fuck you're asking for. But I tell you, you will be gone before I am. Because I'm not buying the bullshit. All you got to do is stop shopping at the stop and bullshit store. Stop going to the stop and bullshit store. Just stop buying that shit. You're not a fucking Moor. And you shouldn't be voting, and you shouldn't even be talking about that motherfucker. He's in a fucking C jurisdiction. I'm tired of all this Trump pandering shit. He ain't gonna save you. Do you learn from history? Obviously not. But then again, you probably just extensions of the Iroquois. Yeah. Iroquois Confederacy up to their old tricks. Okay. Going on a 5-hour video. Okay. So read that in yellow and comprehend why Indians were never supposed to be part of this government. You're supposed to have your own court, and you would be able to call this system into your court for what they did with this Constitution. This is a grounds to end all relations with this entity. Like, you're here now to establish how you provide our reparations. That's all you're here for as far as the Indians are concerned. This is peaceful. This is not violent. This is just justice. Real justice. They have failed. They have gotten, if we go by what they did in their system, they've gotten their debt so they've created debts that makes their citizens slaves, because they gotta, when you have a debt that you can't pay, you're reduced to a slave. This was done on purpose. This is what America is. It's a repository for slaves and creating new ones. Welcome, immigrants. You're the new slaves. Corporations don't give away money. They make investments that they intend to capitalize off of, profit off of. This stuff that they're throwing at these immigrants, baby, they're going to get it back. And if they don't, that's fine too. You're just another slave. Now, you can't pay me back? Okay, work for me for the rest of your life and the lives of every generation that you could possibly produce. That's what this corporation does, and Indians want to vote. Y'all need to wake the fuck up, y'all. Take a screenshot. We got to move on. I'm sorry. Let's take a screenshot and study that, okay? Just the yellow part and the purple part. Because they are throwing in, in other words, it's, if you read that, they're grabbing. Because the way this reads, when you say 3/5 of all other persons, are you even talking about citizens at all? All other persons? So right there, that purple part, that's like a built-in immigrant machine. Because if you read what they're saying, They just randy willy-nilly all persons. Who are they? Are they citizens? Because you should be saying 3/5 of all citizens or something to that nature. But you're going to create all different kinds of persons that are not even citizens, apparently. You're counting people that end up in your states and that you built around them. It's just stuff like this. What do you mean by 3/5 of all other people? All other persons? Well, it's not, they're not talking about like how we thought. They said they call black people 3/5. I don't believe that that's what they mean here. They're talking about numbers of people that are just there, that are not citizens. I think they can count people even if they're not citizens. And I think that's why they flood with immigrants. They count those immigrants as they come in. So they get added to the census retroactively, is what I'm thinking. Because they know how many people they're letting in here. They're counting, yo. And because democracy is a numbers game and not a justice game, they can say, oh, 100 million people decided that there should be abortion or no abortion. You outnumbered by all these immigrants who don't even have a right to be here or a lawful standing in this land. But they're counted. So why would it be 3/5 of all other persons? You might as well just say all other persons, right? I guess they're trying to make it look good. I really don't understand this 3/5 part. It don't make sense, but it does sound like a grab. In other words, they say if we can't even, they're looking at wards. They're talking about wards. So they're going to grab 3/5 of the wards. But I say you might as well just take all of them, right? It's a whole grab, and that's what you're going to do anyway. Why 3/5 of all other persons, not person? So it's not what we thought. We thought it meant that they making black people 3/5 of a person. It depends on what kind of person, right? They're not qualifying person. But I mean, it could be once they turned us black. Maybe that's what they see. That's what I'm saying. This had a built-in grab. So they knew once they turned Indians to black, they would count, then we'd be counted. You know, that's what they'd be. And maybe it did mean that it would be 3/5 of each of us as blacks. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. This is the kind of thing that shouldn't be in a constitution without being explained. But I think because we didn't create it, they put stuff like this in, and then later on they interpret that shit. That's how I know we didn't create this. And again, why would we create a separate government for foreigners? We would have required them to be under our government. We wouldn't have a foreign government because that's giving them too much power. When I tell you Indians didn't create this, you have to understand the logic behind this. We wouldn't want something here operating as if it doesn't have any authority on the land. Like it doesn't have an authority over them. To operate on somebody's land, they have to have the authority. That's why I know Indians didn't create this unless we were fucking bipolar or some shit. Fucking retard. Because who the hell would allow foreigners to just have free reign on their land, creating a whole system that that's apart from? Why? What kind of overseeing was going on? Was there any? Because these folks sound like they just doing what they do. It don't sound, they telling us about what they doing. We ain't telling them. That's how I know we didn't create this fucking system. You got Moors telling you that Moors have a horrible habit of including us in shit that they did, like creating the other races and saying we put ourselves to sleep. What the fuck sense does that make? You think that when I wake up, I'm going to forget what the fuck I did? That's what a Moor will have you believing. Oh, we put ourselves to sleep after we created these races so we could wake up and be stupid as rocks and act like we don't know where they came from. Are you that's how y'all delude your damn self. That's the games you play that Moors play with themselves to pretend that there's good Moors and bad Moors. No, there's just ignorant ones and the ones that are running the show. We put ourselves to sleep. Don't even make no damn sense. Look, if you did what you did, there's no way to undo what you did or unknow what you did. Well, it sound like what you could might as well say, oh, I was in my little laboratory fucking with genetics, and then I fucking took a hit of fucking crack with a dose of heroin and a dose of some kind of Christina or Tina, whatever, X, whatever. And I fucking knocked myself out. And then when I woke up, I didn't remember what I did. And oh my God, where'd you come from? Yeah, right. Only Moors will play them fucking games with themselves because they're fucking liars and deceivers. Want to call a thing today. Yeah, that poster got me a little bit out of whack. I really not, it's one of those things where you want to appreciate that they're showing a real Indian, but then you see the whole rest of that whole psyop is like, oh my God, it's just a whole Moorish collage going on here with a little bit of Indian thrown in for effect. This is fucked up, yo. If that ain't a birthright hijack or birthright theft that they talk about in the scriptures, I don't know what is. It got hijacked written up all over it, supplanter written all over it. Indians didn't have no crescent moon symbols. So that wouldn't have been us Moors. That's you. But you determined to tell us that we didn't create. You gotta tell an Indian that we created Islam. No, you did. Created a whole freaking, I ain't gonna say it. Let's just say untruth, okay? Okay, so you got that about Indians not being part of the federal system because you're not counted, you're not enumerated, you're not taxed. How the fuck can you participate in the government when you ain't got shit to do with it? And yet Indians talking about, I'm gonna vote for Trump. Y'all really are slaves. I'm seeing that you truly are slaves, but it's a self-inflicted slavery, the kind that Kanye once spoke about. It's a choice. It's a choice to be a slave and trying to empower people by talking about, well, I'm going to vote for Trump. Yeah, you're a slave. You might as well say a nigga. Why are you calling yourself an Indian? Is beyond me. Indians are not taxed. You being voting for Trump, your ass is taxed. You're going against the damn Constitution that you claim we created. Why we create it and go against it? That's another question. Oh boy. Anyway, let's move on. We're going to skip to the next part of Indies because this is talk about commerce now. Commerce that never happened because we were immediately erased from the equation. Okay, so this is section 8. Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes. Once again, we talk about taxes. Not from Indians, though. Now, we read in the first section there, Indians not taxed. So who are they talking about? Who does Congress really have control over? Immigrants. Immigrants. So Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. but all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. Okay. To borrow money on the credit of the United States. So these are all the things Congress can do. And to regulate commerce with foreign nations among several states and with the Indian tribes. So it's looking like the Constitution was a business contract. That's all it was for Indians, and the whole rights system for foreigners. But it mentions how we come in. We're not counted in their system. We're not enumerated. We're not taxed, but they do business with us through commerce, right? So they saying their federal government is to regulate commerce. Look who they link us with: foreign nations. Each state at that time was like its own country. So Indians are just another nation outside of the federal United States. That's what we were supposed to be, not with today's Indians. And they want me to believe that they created this system. Then why are you not going by it? You did not create this system. Snap out of it. The Moors created this system. The Iroquois Confederacy created this system. American Indians are not even supposed to be part of it. We did not create it. And if we would have created anything, again, they would have fallen in line with our laws, not have a whole separate system, like the boss said, a two-system government for the Europeans and the Moors themselves. That's what the Moors said, yo. That's what from the horse's mouth. They say things, man, and then we let them slide. We don't hold them to what they said. Like when they said they from North Africa, and now all of a sudden, every more you talk to is talking about being American. What the fuck is wrong with your logic? Oh, that's right. You're a shape-shifting, what do you call it? Draconian, what do you call it? Lizard, what do you call it, people? Serpent, what do you call them? What do you call the Europeans that you created? You said they reptilian. Well, take a reptile to know one. Y'all are shape-shifting reptiles, lions, forked tongue like a reptile, Moors. You say you from North Africa, then all of a fucking sudden, every fucking Moor you talk to lately is a fucking American. They don't know the difference between Morocco and America. The Sultan did. How come your ass don't? Your Moroccan Sultan knew. He knew what the fuck America was working with, and he knew that he didn't have that shit. But y'all ignorant ass Moors, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Yeah, you don't like when I talk like this? Go the fuck home. You're on my turf. I will talk to you the way I talk to you. That little billboard has really set me off. That's all I can say. If we couldn't do that, American Indian. We don't get to go to somebody's country and put ourselves on the same billboard with them, talk about we both the same people, okay? We don't do it. They wouldn't have it. They would look for their countrymen to be on that billboard, not some fucking foreigner, just because y'all look alike. Like a Chinese ain't going to say a Japanese is the same as he, because they got fucking sense. Not these fucking American Indians today. Look at that poster. I mean, for a minute, I was impressed, but then I saw the psyop, and I was unimpressed. It tried to fuck my brain up, though. You know, because in one breath, oh my God, they recognize me. Oh, but look who they also recognize. My first fucking worst nightmare. sharing the same building, looking away from me, he in one direction, I'm in one direction, he in another. It's a youngin, because that's what the Moors are, y'all, youngins. And you notice they come for young. That's how they got the South fucked up. They appeal to your children. They're like the children snatchers. So they love kids so much. That's their passport to your world. Taking your children, making the children fall in love with them. And then you got these Moors talking about they American and Moroccan. You all need to get your brain situated in your skull. That shit must be backwards. You must have the split sideways, where the brain is usually split in the middle. Your fucking shit is split in the fucking sideways. But you talking out the side of your fucking mouth, telling two different stories. So those are the two places that the Indians are mentioned. And this one is basically talking about you being like a foreign nation. That's what I like about this one. They regulating commerce with you like you're a foreign nation because you was. But they're the foreigner on your lands, calling you a foreign nation, basically, or putting you among the foreign nations. And regulating commerce to them meant getting rid of us. That's how they regulated commerce. And then we want to trust them with, they think we have any trust left to come back and work with you. As soon as I was mentioned, I was erased out of commerce. So you took over the South and you got those proceeds. That's part of our reparations. They got us to move up north and got our land, and now they wondering where do we get reparations from? Look in the fucking mirror. Look under your feet. Look at the land that you're standing on. You gotta look at Indians as if they're your landlord, yo. And rent is really past due, man. You got late fees now. All this wealth you making and you don't want to pay the piper? On what universe system does that happen? Because it's only happening in America, y'all. I don't know I'll be honest with you. I don't know what kind of governments the other countries really got, but I know that it's some kind of subjugation to Moors in on some way, shape, or form. They are creations of the Moors, so the Moors consider them that they're owned already. But with American Indians, they trying to come off as your brother. Yeah, you my brother, like Cain and Abel brother, like Esau and Jacob brothers. That's how you my brother. The kind of brother that I could use you like I could use a fucking thief in the night, but worse. That's all the mention of Indians in the original legitimate Constitution. Now let's look for the absence of the 14th Amendment. Okay? You'll see what your own. Okay, what we doing here? My shit be fucking up today. It went. It's a 5-hour video. All right. We went out. What's going on? What's going on? We're still recording though. Hopefully, at the timer's still going. You got blackout. See, there's energies, against this message. All right, we're back. Thank you, ancestor. So let's see if we can figure out that there's no 14th Amendment. There isn't. Let me see. Article 5. Let me see. Okay, so there's no 14th Amendment. What it is, they're calling them, let me see. Let me see. Article 6, Article 5. Are there no amendments here? Okay, so let's look. Okay, so this is the, as you can see, well, you can't see, but this is what it is I opened it, but I didn't label it. But this is the 1787 Constitution, right? How I know is because there's only two mentions of Indian. That's how I know, even though I didn't label it. Trust and believe. Indian, the word appears only twice in the original Constitution. Now, I don't know why I don't have a label here. I thought I named this, but it's the 1787 Continental Constitution, right? So now the clue here is look right up here. Indian is only twice. Now I'm going to go to the 1789. We're going to try jump a little back and forth. And now you see Indian is as mentioned 3 times. You see? That's the difference. And now we have amendments. Okay, so look at this. See, this is what I'm talking about. Wait a minute now. The Bill of Rights was an amendment? How come the Bill of Rights is like, eh, okay. Wait a minute. Article 7 is right here. Okay, so this has 7 articles. Now, mind you, again, this is the knockoff Constitution. And what I want to say is, it looks like the first one didn't have any amendments, because here it says specifically amendments. So the First Amendment, this is very interesting. Shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech. Oh my God. Pardon me. Are you telling me that all these amendments came after the original Constitution? Because they sure are not. Let's go back. This is the original Constitution, y'all. Let's do a word search for amendment. Well, first let's look at the articles. I don't know how I missed this. So Article 2, okay, we keep dipping in and out here. Let's stop this, okay? I think there are 7 articles like the other one, 5, and there's 7, okay? So that's the, 1787. Here we go. September 17th, 1787. So I just wanted y'all to know this is the original one. I did not realize there were no amendments. So that doesn't speak well, y'all. It doesn't speak well at all. Because what it tells me is that none of those amendments are legitimate. That's what I have. Because they're not here. They're not, there's no 14. Oh my God. No wonder they took all that shit away, like they can trample on those amendments. They were not in the original contract. I'd never noticed that. But let's, for us, just for the sake, okay, 2 mentions of Indian, but let's look for amendment because it's not here. So what I'm trying to say, y'all, so here's where they gave way a path to making amendments. All bills for raising revenue shall originate in the House of Representatives. but the Senate may propose or concur with amendments. As on other bills. Okay, anyway. That's one mention amendment. The Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments. So they paved the way for amendments. What is shocking me is that none of those. First of all, there's no Bill of Rights. Now, where's the Bill of Rights? It's not part of the. Oh boy. Okay, I want to tell you how this is occurring for me. It makes me see why they were able to get rid of all of these Bill of Rights and shit, because it wasn't in the original. I don't see a Bill of Rights here. This is the whole Constitution here. It ends at Article 7. George Washington, President Deputy from Virginia. Okay. Oh man. See, unanimous consent of the states. That means the North and the South. After that, it was not, it became a grab because the North put the South under duress to accept the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, but must have been all the amendments because they didn't exist here when the Congress was in had a full quorum. After this first Constitution, there was no full quorum of Congress. It was just the North doing everything they can think of to enslave the South, okay, as well as the Indians. So again, this first Constitution ends with the Seventh Amendment. I'm sorry, Article 7. There are no amendments in this. We did a word search and they're just paving the way for amendments. And boy, did the North go to town because they made how many amendments are here? There are like over 20 amendments. There's what is it? 27. There's 27 amendments. This is the last one. By this time, Congress, this is all the power. This is 1789. This is the second one. The next one is the 1790. Do we have that one here? Oh, I want to show you what King James what one of his statements. Um Boy, oh boy. It's looking to me that when the Indians weren't involved, because at this time now we have the 14th Amendment. Well, do we? Yeah, we did. And 1789. Because the United States citizen was created, oh boy, in 1868. The United States could, so the groundwork was laid, is what I'm trying to say. For a 14th Amendment. I mean, for Indians to become the lowest class of a citizen by becoming a 14th Amendment citizen. Before the 14th Amendment, citizens were only citizens, as we said earlier, of each state, not the United States, a New York citizen, a New Jersey citizen, a Pennsylvania citizen. There was no such thing as the United States because it didn't exist. The DC, the District of Columbia did not exist when the states were. That's why the states always had power over whatever a thing creates is under the thing. So with Indians become under the federal, you are under the federal. If you don't create the thing, you will be the thing that's under somebody else's thing. That's the why you have to create your own. You can't keep being like a child asking daddy to do your adult work, especially when it's a stepdaddy who don't give a fuck about you, but want to bring in foreigners every so often when your numbers get too high, because he's colonizing you still and genociding you at the same time. Indians, they gotta stop having blind faith in people that don't mean them well unless they are part of the people that don't mean us well. It's either one or the other, and it will be revealed. I think it has been revealed. So this is the 1789, and we have a slew of amendments that did not exist in the first Constitution. That they put up the whole Constitution as it was when it was done, and it had no amendments. It looks like it didn't even have a Bill of Rights. So the Bill of Rights is amendments. Are you saying that the Bill of Rights is just a bunch of all these amendments? What am I saying? If Congress created this without a real South presence, none of it is legitimate. And that's why they could take it away, because this is something that I believe was done when the South was not included. Or they got included and they were just taken for a ride because they were forced to take this 14th Amendment. Where's the 14th Amendment? Where's the 13th? Let's go to the 13th. Okay. Am I getting my Roman numerals wrong? Is this the 14th Amendment? Yeah, this is it. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. But what was the 13th one? That's the 13th. Neither slavery nor. Anyway, they took away the titles of nobility, y'all. Originally, the 13th Amendment had more parts to it that spoke against titles of nobility, is what I recall hearing. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime. So everybody in prison is a slave directly, everybody else indirectly. Oh, see, yeah, 5 hours. We don't know the 5 hour mark, y'all. I'm sorry. So neither slavery nor involuntary. So this is the 13th Amendment, y'all. These are the Emancipation Amendments, 13, 14, and 15, I believe. And you know, some Indians believe that this section 2 meant that we are all citizens. No. Again, wait a minute. Wait. All persons born are naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. They're talking about DC, number one. That's why this doesn't, none of it applies to Indians, but the other part is the United States is the District of Columbia. So all persons born in the District of Columbia, let's read it again. All persons born or naturalized in the District of Columbia and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, the District of Columbia, are citizens of the United States. So this only applied, and I heard Anna say this before, and I didn't understand it, but now I do. It's not saying any person born in any of the several states. It's saying all persons born in the District of Columbia. Because the United States is a corporation that sits in the District of Columbia. So that's why this, although I've heard Indians say that this means that we all citizens, nope, it doesn't. It means those born in the District of Columbia are born and naturalized in the District of Columbia, or naturalized, I'm sorry, born or naturalized, are subject to the jurisdiction thereof and are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Well, no, you can't be two. The one is pulling rank over the other. Okay? Uh, you're residing in one, but that's the one guarantee you have. Remember earlier we said that's the one guarantee the United States has, the one right that is guaranteed. A United States citizen is the right to reside in a state, but you're under the jurisdiction of the United States, which is the District of Columbia. So all United States citizens are subjects to the District of Columbia, which is a district owned by the British nobility. So on that note, since we've been going so long, I think we'll end here because I did cover what I wanted to. I did talk about quotes from King James, and I want to show you if this thing will work, where he was not even seen. His subjects didn't know what he looked like. Okay. So I thought that was interesting. Oh, well, wait a minute. Well, that's the Algonquin territory that we're going to reclaim as Algonquins. All of that. That's Algonquin. But anyway, I think I closed. Okay, so that's Algonquin territory, and this is Iroquois territory. That's all the Iroquois are entitled to. But I don't know. I just feel like because they align themselves so much with the colonizer and they created that cockadoodle constitution, I feel like they might be up for expelling. That's just how I feel, yo. Just because it's because of this small group of Indians that all the Indians all everywhere it got turned black. That's Iroquois land, This is out, and you tell me who was here first to cover that much land. It's not said it was Iroquois land. It's not. That's not what they said. This is Algonquin land without having conquered anything. This is what they're working with. It's like almost like half of the United States, North America, is Algonquin. And we had a writing system, whereas Iroquois did not. That's how I know who's older. That's just for FYI. Algonquin territory that has to go back to Algonquin. All this over here has to go back to Algonquins. We are not in states. We are on, all this is at Algonquin land, and up here and over here and over here and over there. Okay. So let me try to reopen the closed tab. Okay. So quotes from King James. So this is King, the portrait that makes him look white when he was a whole black man, right? King James from 1603 to 1625. So that's stuff. This is the BritRoyals.com, okay? But I wanted to show you his quotes. This one I found interesting. God's wounds. I will pull down my breeches, and they shall see my arse. And what was that in reference to? It says King James, on being told that his subjects wanted to see his face. Why wouldn't a king want you to see his face? Is my question. Just to let you know that this man did not want to be seen. They just want to see who it is. Is it because he was a tyrant? I mean, if I was a king and a decent king, and my people want to see me, what is the problem with them seeing me? Why don't I want to be seen? Now you want your Bible all over the damn place, right? But you don't want to be seen? Is it because you're not really representing God? Huh? I thought that was extremely interesting. I had some other slides, but we're not going to get to those, I think, because it's already a 5-hour video. So let's say thank you for watching. Wish you peace, health, wealth, your land back, your identity back, and all the great things. Till next time, be and stay highly favored.